Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see what I want to wait for me.
Okay.
I want you to give you. I'm not getting I'm not saying I want to go. I got no one to lumba. Oh, where would he get? I got you to put
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna koga.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Kolade. I'm not quite sure why Choma was saying no audio. Clearly, people can hear me. She put me off a little bit with that. But as I was saying, good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? I was highlighting Dele speaks right there. The gentleman on your screen has been in incarceration for the better part of this year. So he was locked up in prison since April this year. We're now a day or two to the end of this year. He remains in incarceration at the behest of a preacher man called Reverend Ebuka. So we are pushing them to sensitize the space about the continued incarceration of this guy. Ejele Speaks, a good friend of this platform, of course, the hashtag that we're promoting, hashtag free Ejele Speaks. So use that in wherever and whichever platform you find yourself on. Hashtag free Ejele Speaks from the evil clutches, from the clutches of the evil empire that is the Tinubu administration. So hashtag free Ejele Speaks. So hashtag free Ejele Speaks. So that campaign carries on until Ejele is free and has its own liberty. So, and it's not feeling too well, by the way. It's carrying a lot of ailments, quite a few ailments, not a lot. But you don't want to be in incarceration when your health is not at its best. You don't want to be in incarceration at all, but especially when your health is not at its best. But there it is. So there it is. There I am, as I said, still carrying the vestiges, the beating ups from the festive season. So no cameras on for the foreseeable. Maybe into the new year we start switching on the cameras again. But good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. And hope you've not indulged too much in the excesses of the festive season. So the year clocks out as I clock in. So I clock in again to register with you guys. So there it is. Protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. All of those super chats towards the stream if you are so inclined. We're not getting the super chats anymore, but there it is. It's for the love of the culture. The super chat always helps, but it's really for the love of the culture. For the love of the culture. If you're not super chatting, at least click on like. If you do that, then I'm satisfied. If you click on like, that satisfies me. And if you're not already subscribed, you've subscribed, then that satisfies me even more. So like and subscribe. So like and subscribe. So now what are we looking at? We're looking at a potpourri, a mixture of all sorts of news. A lot of it hinging on the Dele Farotimi output, is output earlier on today. So we'll be addressing that. We did a little session earlier on in the day about that. So we'll be doing a bit more of a deeper delve into that space. So a deeper delve into it, if that makes sense in our grammar. So we'll be doing that, and then we'll be picking on the remnants of every little bit and pieces that we've picked up on the social media space in the course of the day. So it's a mixture of all sorts. It's a mixture of all sorts. It's a potpourri. It's a ilalasepo or sort of a session. So let's just kick it off. Apologies for starting so late, by the way. Maybe some of you imagined that I would have abandoned the session, but our session carries on. So let's start it off and let's kick it off with this one line tweet that came out. Is it a year and a bit ago? It came out just a while ago, actually. This one line tweet right here, it caused a lot of commotion. It says, invest in Lagos at your own peril. So that's sufficient enough to agitate people anyway. But who said it? It is Marianne Mogalu. And who is Marianne Mogalu? She, of course, the wife of the much respected former vice governor of the central bank, Kingsley Mogalu. So in the throes of the elections that landed at a place that was not in her favor, she then comes out in that frustrated tweet
invest in Lagos at your own peril. So this is the in the throes of the aftermath of the elections, when elements that were supporting the Eastern candidate were still somewhat feeling aggrieved. So she felt aggrieved, and in a moment of a rush of blood to the head, invest in Lagos at your own peril. Mariam Mogalu, the person now, giving that advice to people who may well listen to her. So that's what she said. When was this dated? This was dated April, the 30th of April 2024, and it was seen by near on 1 million people. So there it is right there, 8:56 p.m. So if it tells you 8:56 p.m., then maybe it's a glass or two, or maybe 10 or 4 of red wine or whatever has been consumed. So this looks like a drunken tweet. So at 8:56 p.m., almost certainly she's been inebriated by something or the other. So 8:56 p.m., 30th of April 2024, 921,000 people saw this. And what did they see? Invest in Lagos at your own peril. Who said it? The wife of Kingsley Moghalu, Marianne. So there she is. But then, of course, investing, and I think we actually did a little, we acknowledged that particular tweet at that time on this platform, and we invited then that anybody that listens to that advice will do that at their own peril. To their own chagrin. Let's put it, not to a peril, but to a chagrin. So we said that at that time, because if there's one sure bet to put money in Nigeria, it is Lagos State. There is absolutely categorically nothing you put your money in Lagos that does not double within 2 years. So it's a no-brainer. It's not even an investment. It's just growing money on super growth if you invest in Lagos. So we ran against that, but it looks as though the penny has now finally dropped with Mariam Mogalu, and this is what she put out about an hour or two ago. So this was an hour or two ago. Lagos that everybody's sweat and hard work built and helped develop and still helps to develop. Mad people everywhere, foreign investment this and that. Everybody has the right to enjoy the place if they want. Now, Unasabi. So this is now the turnaround now. It's just really, it's the skittishness of that place more than anything else, really. It is the skittishness, it's like a brain fog, if you follow that space, a foggy brain sort of output constantly. If you follow that praise, it will only really lead you to regret, because there is no consistency in thought. It is just rage, a rush of blood to the end, constantly riding against one thing or the other. Constantly riding against one thing or the other. We go on to this one. Waziri Adio questions federal government's 146 billion naira budget for Lagos Metro Line, 238 billion naira for NIA Hospital. So now let's see now how justified those questions are. Waziri Adio, respected public policy analyst, has questioned a number of provisions in the proposed 2025 budget of the federal government. Writing in his weekly column in this day, so this day already aligns to Arise TV, so that tells you then the coloration of the lean, of their bent. So that tells you how they lean already, so you already know what to expect. Waziri Adio, respected public policy analyst, has questioned a number of provisions in the proposed 2025 budget of the federal government. Writing in his weekly column in this day on Sunday, Adio, who is the founder and executive director of Agora policy think tank, described some budgetary provisions as curious. One glaring example is the plan to transfer 146.14 billion naira to MOFI, so Ministry of Finance Incorporated, as counterpart funding for the Lagos Green Line Metro Rail Phase 1. This raises many questions. The proposed allocation for the metro line within a state is 65% of the capital budget and 57% of the entire budget of the Ministry of Transportation. So I'm not quite sure what is hinting at there. If this is, let's take that from the top again, actually. A glaring example is the plan to transfer 146.14 billion naira to MOFI, Ministry of Foreign Affairs Incorporated, as counterpart funding for the Lagos Green Line Metro Rail Phase 1. This raises many questions. The proposed allocation for the metro line within a state is 65% of the capital budget and 57% of the entire budget of the Ministry of Transportation and Roads. If this is counterpart funding for a recapitalized MOFI, why is the money coming from the budget of a federal ministry? Why can't MOFI raise its counterpart funding from the market? How was the decision arrived at that this is a project to invest federal money into, and will such facility be available to other states outside of Lagos? He said many proposals do not pass the muster of necessity and regeneration or even transparency. Adio wrote, why do we propose to spend 238 billion naira for a hospital for the Nigeria Intelligence Agency, while the capital budget for the entire Ministry of Health and Social Welfare is 658 billion naira? Why do we need to allocate 50 billion naira as capital supplement for a building for FIRS, an agency that gets 4% as cost of collection and with a hefty budget likely to be about 500 billion naira? And how do we have 761.9 billion naira as a one-line item for special projects? Yes, and this is the sort of things we should be doing, actually, as much as so long as there's honesty to it. Even if there's no honesty to it, we should be line by line interrogating all these budget items that are often quoted in vague language. You don't even understand what they mean. They just throw some important sounding ministry behind it and allocated vast amounts of money without any proper enough explanation. The former executive secretary of Nigeria Extractive Industry Transparent Initiative raised fresh question on where the funds for the presidential jet and Lagos Calabar Coastal Road came from. I have searched unsuccessfully for two items in the current budget document, as I did in previous main and supplementary budgets: the funding of the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway and the purchase of the presidential jet, he wrote. So we cannot have items we can't have monies being spent without due process being gone through. So who approved the money is what is asking. Maybe they talked it somewhere I am yet to get to, or maybe they are couched in a way that is not apparent. Anyone who has seen them should kindly share. My interest is not about the utility or the urgency or even the cost of these items. I am interested in them for two reasons. One, citizens deserve to know how their commonwealth is being expended and the processes followed to ensure that there is proper value for money. These things should not be a matter of speculation or gossip. Two, no public money should be spent without appropriation and accountability in a democracy. We are not under an absolute monarchy where the king owns all and can do whatever he likes. Beyond the concern about the sanctity of the budgeting process, there are higher value of transparency, answerability, and democratic stewardship at play here. These higher values currently seem lost on those constitutionally bestowed with the power of the purse and oversight, but should never be lost on us as citizens. We are citizens, not subjects, and we have a duty to ask pointed questions of those holding power in trust and to always insist that they do better. So there is nothing about this that I can object to, because this guy is asking just how how money spent within the budget is justified. So I'm not sure that there's an argument against whatever it is that he is saying. So there he is right there. So there he is right there, and El Rufai, of course, lives on that. And here is Reno Omokri leaping back at him. So El Rufai now suddenly is trying to amplify some sort of ethnic politics. So this is Reno Omokri clapping. It's not clapping back at that article. The person who actually wrote that article is a schoolmate of El Rufai, and El Rufai leveraged elements within that article that I just read to try and then ethnicize. Is going with the Yorubanization theme that seems to be getting momentum around the Tinubu administration. And this is what Reno Omokri is replying to. Is El Rufai right about President Tinubu's Eurocentric agenda to Yorubanize government? This is Reno Omokri responding to El Rufai. I cannot honestly fathom why anyone basing their judgment on intellectual arguments alone can truthfully accuse President Bola Tinubu of having a Yoruba-centric agenda for the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited and financial sector. There was actually something that came out of that NNPC space. Let me see if I've got it. There was something that came out that actually caught me off guard. Do you know that in the history of that parastatal, let me see if I have it, then I'll show it to you. In the history of that, I did have it actually. I'm not sure if I brought it up. Let's see. Let me see if I can. If I can quickly grab it as well. What? Yes. Did you know that in the history of that parastatal, that is NNPC, by the way, in the history of that parastatal, let me bring this up. Yes, in the history of that parastatal, we've only ever had, okay, let me read it to you. The NNPC has had 19 managing directors since its formation in 1977. Only 2 of them are Yoruba, whilst only 1 of them is from the Southwest. That should be the South. Okay, maybe okay. The NNPC has had 19 managing directors since its formation in 1977. Only 2 of them are Yoruba, while only 1 of them is from the Southwest. Professor Funsho Kokolokun from Ondo State and Augustine Oniwon from Kwara. So these have been the lead persons of NNPC since its formation till date. So we have Jackson Gulas Obaseki, and then we have Professor Funsho Kopolokun, and then we have Abubakar Yadua. We had Mohammed Sanusi Bakindo. We had Shehu Laban, and then we had Augustine Olufemi Oniwon, and then we had Andrew Yakubu, Joseph Taima Dawa, and then we had Ibe Kachiku, and then we had Maikanti Baru, and then we had Mele Kiare. So there it is right there. So I'm not quite sure what the Bediakin is. What are we counting here? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So out of the 19, this is not even 19. These are 11 people, but certainly the weight goes to the north. So there it is. I'm not quite sure what that is all about, but let's get back to Reno Omokri's article. Is El-Rufai right about President Tinubu's Yoruba-centric agenda to Yoruba-nice government? I honestly cannot fathom why anyone basing their judgment on intellectual argument alone can truthfully accuse President Bola Tinubu of having a Yoruba-centric agenda for the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited and the financial sector. I would have ignored this shoddy piece of propaganda were it not for the fact that no less a personality than the former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, elected to peddle this ethnic baiting dog whistle. Coming from him, that fallacy cannot go unchallenged. The facts do not support the argument. Even if it were true that President Bola Tinubu is considering the appointment of a Yoruba man as the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC, it would not be accurate. Let us consider the facts. Please find below a breakdown of the current management of the NNPCL. So Chief Pius, and the first name doesn't actually enhance Reno Mokri's position particularly, because this Chief Pius Akinyelure, this was the person that actually interviewed Tinubu and gave him a job at Mobile back in those days. So that doesn't enhance his position in any way. So let's consider the facts. Please find below a breakdown of the current management of the NNPC. Chief Pius Akinyelure, non-executive board chairman, Southwest. Malam Mele Kolo Kiare, Group Chief Executive Officer, Northeast. Adedapo Shegun, Chief Financial Officer, Southwest. Mr. Ledum Metia, Non-Executive Director, South-South. Mr. Musi Tumsa, Non-Executive, Northeast. Gali Mohammed, North Central. Mustafa Aliu, Northwest. David Ogbodo, Southeast. There's a Southeasterner there. And Miss Eunice Thomas, South-South. So as ever, it's an abundance of the North, isn't it? Now, if you look at the board of the NNPC, whose members are listed above, only 2 board members are from the Southwest. Now, let us look at those who have direct executive oversight authority over NNPC. Heineken Lakoberi, Minister of State Petroleum. Eperiki Epo, Minister of State Petroleum Resources Gas. Ambassador Nicholas Ago Ella, Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources, North Central. From the above, how can anyone honestly project to the Nigerian people that President Tinubu is Yoruba-centric in his appointment at NNPC? It beggars belief. If there is any dominance at all, then that hegemony is in favor of the South-South, who are the most represented on the board and cabinet level with authority over NNPC. Then you have the Northwest, the Northeast, and North Central. Now, even if you want to go to the ridiculous extent of scrutinizing those in the lower cadre of the NNPC, you will find, with the exception of possible 2 positions, all of those positions are filled by General Buhari. Therefore, to say that a Yoruba heads every consequential agency in the finance in Nigeria is not only without basis, it is capable of causing the type of market ripples that negativity affects. So it goes on and on. When you mentioned finance, you used a broad brush that includes revenue generating agencies, and the highest revenue generating agencies in Nigeria are not the central bank or the Ministry of Finance. In Nigeria, other than the NNPC, the Nigerian Ports Authority, the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, the Nigerian Communication Commission, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, and the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation are the top 5 revenue earners for the federal government. please fact check me. Only 2 of those 6 agencies, when you add NNPC, are headed by people from the Southwest. NNPC is not even headed by anybody from the Southwest. So I can't concede that a non-executive chairman is a head of anything. The CEO of NNPC, Melekari, from the Northeast, the CEO of the Nigerian Ports Authority, Abubakar Dan Soho, from the Northeast, the MD of the Federal Airport Authority, Mrs. Olubunmi Kuku, from the Southwest, the CEO of the Nigerian Communications Commission, Dr. Aminu Maida, is from the Northeast, the CEO of the Nigerian Maritime Administration, Dayo, something or the other, from the Southwest, and the CEO of the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, Bello Hassan, from the Northwest. So, we had a lot of this under Buhari, actually, when they accused him of padding out his entire administration with Darati, if you want to come in, somebody has to come in if you want to have the conversation. I always like somebody to be in the background, so I know there's somebody there at least to bounce off. We had a lot of this actually under the Buhari administration as well, when they accused him of appointing his people to all positions of consequence within government and feeding scraps to the rest of the country. And when they brought out the data from the Buhari administration, they could comfortably prove that his appointments conform with federal character. They could comfortably prove that under Buhari. And how they could prove that was that they appointed people into satellite like El Rufai is rightly saying, all the positions of consequence outside of the CEO of NNPC, they are essentially in Yoruba hands. The chief of army staff is a Yoruba man, and that's the most important position in the security structure. That's more important than any other position within the security structure of the country. So he's a Yoruba man. The Minister of Finance is a Yoruba man. The Minister of the Governor of the Central Bank, the new Emefiele now, hopefully it doesn't Emefiele us, he's a Yoruba man. The guy in charge of customs is a Yoruba man. And I think the guy in terms of if you look, those are the key 4 positions actually. The only other position that you would say is probably DSS. I think DSS is a Yoruba man, but the National Security Advisor, he's a Northerner. So, but there's a heavy weight of important structures towards the Southwest. So I don't think you can equivocate that too much. It's quite glaring. So without equivocation, according to Thomas, so now I'm not quite sure if any of you is keeping up with the news in Mozambique, but that country it seems to be imploding somewhat. I'm not sure if they've had a coup or something, but there are guns on the street all over that space, and they are calling for Nigeria's help. Tinubu's government urged to intervene in Mozambique's post-election violence. So it looks as though that country may be caving in on itself. Akinola Olunloyo, a Nigerian in Mozambique, has appealed to the Nigerian government to intervene in Mozambique's political crisis following the confirmation of the ruling party's victory in October the 9th in the October 9th election. He urged President Bola Tinubu to use his influence within the African Union to mobilize efforts to restore peace and stability to Mozambique. In an interview with journalists on Sunday, Mr. Olunloyo said the political unrest was fueled by the actions of the opposition party Podemos through its candidate Venancio Mondlane. Mozambique's Frelimo, I'm not going to attempt their name, Frelimo. Mozambique's Frelimo has been the ruling party since 1975, when the country gained independence from Portugal. Mr. Olunloyo, a businessman and resident of Mozambique's capital, Maputo, for over 13 years, said many Nigerians are stranded with no means of escape. The incitement of violence by Podemos and his key figure, Valencio, has escalated tension, resulting in the loss of lives, destruction of businesses, and targeted attacks on foreign nationals, including Nigerians. These actions are not only causing untold suffering on Mozambicans, but also putting the lives of Nigerians in jeopardy. Immediate intervention is critical to prevent further loss of lives and secure the safety of Nigerians in Mozambique. He noted that the attack on foreigners and their businesses was because of the belief that the government benefits from foreigners. Mr. Olunloyo urged the presidency to take action, including evacuating Nigerians to ensure their safety and diplomatic engagement with the Mozambican government to demand the protection of Nigerians and press for immediate de-escalation of violence. He called on regional bodies and the African Union to demand accountability from Podemos and Mondlane for their role in inciting violence and destabilizing the country. So another African country implodes, and Nigerians caught in the crossfire. Where have Nigerians not been? Lagos government appeals judgment nullifying Dr. Femi Olaleye's RAPE conviction overturns life sentence. So this is a story. I think we actually brought this story once upon a time when it first broke. So it looks as though now, I'm not quite sure what the basis of the overturning is. So hopefully this tells us. The Lagos state government has taken the case of Dr. Femi Olaleye, managing director of Optimal Cancer Care Foundation, to the Supreme Court. Olaleye, a medical practitioner, was initially convicted of child something or the other, I'm not going to say, by penetration by the Lagos State Special Offences and Domestic Violence Court in October 2023 and sentenced to life imprisonment. However, the Court of Appeal later overturned this conviction in November 2024, citing errors in the lower court's judgment. The Court of Appeal's decision effectively acquitted Olaleye, but the Lagos State government is now appealing this decision, seeking a higher court's review of the case. The appellate court deemed the evidence provided by the prosecution to be tainted and unreliable, leading to Olaleye's acquittal. In the appeal, which was signed by Dr. Babajide Martins. I wonder if that name sounds too, there's some explaining to do. Is this our Baba? Is that not the exact name of Baba? I think it was Baba Babatunde. That's so close to the bone. In the appeal, which was signed by Dr. Babajide Martins, leading a team of lawyers representing the Directorate of Public Prosecution, Ministry of Justice, Ikeja, and received on December the 27th, 2024, the state government urged the Supreme Court to set aside the judgment of the Court of Appeal delivered on November the 29th, 2024, basing its argument on three grounds. It sought an order of this. So it looks as though he's not yet gotten fully his liberty. So we just leave that there. I'm tired of reading that. Let's go on from that. Today's viral video article slams military honors accorded President Tinubu's son Sheyi by armed cadets. Network calls for probe. So we also saw that clip, and it's just a ridiculous. This is article now just plain. It's just. You know, they say it's just throw mud, it's just mud throwing, isn't it? Hoping that one sticks. So let's see what this one has to offer. We also saw that clip anyway, and we're all conflated. It was like a divided opinion whether it was right or wrong, but I'm not quite sure that any law was broken. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has called for the probe of a viral footage showing a group of armed individuals in uniform performing a military drill and saluting President Bola Tinubu's son Sheyi. The incident generated public condemnation and criticism, with many Nigerians questioning its legality. Atiku, in a statement released by his media advisor Paul Ibe on Sunday, condemned the recent parade involving Seyi Tinubu. The former presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, demanded a thorough investigation into the incident, labeling it a gross violation of military traditions. In a statement released by his media office on Sunday, signed by his media advisor Paul Ibe, Atiku expressed outrage over the event, calling it an aberration for any branch of the armed forces to organize a formal parade for a non-designated public officer. It is with utter dismay and concern that Nigerians were subjected to this nauseating video circulating online, where a group of young men armed and in full military procession bestowed upon the president's son unwarranted military honors, the statement reads. Article further questions the legitimacy of the military-like outfits involved, stating that the so-called group, the Nigeria Cadet Network, is not a recognized entity within the Nigerian Armed Forces. He emphasized the fact that the name cadet associates with young and formally trained military personnel and was exploited by civilians to tarnish the esteemed traditions of the military. In an effort to uncover the truth behind this shameless procession, we instructed our legal team and military experts to investigate the so-called Nigeria Cadet Network. To no one's surprise, it was revealed that the group is not a legally registered entity, article noted. What is even more alarming is the brazen use of firearms by civilians in this so-called parade at a time when illegal arms proliferation is at a dangerous high in our country. Article therefore called for an urgent investigation by all relevant security agencies into the incident. He asked such agencies to address the following critical concerns: the legitimacy of the Nigeria Cadet Network and its use of the title cadet when it is not a registered entity, the origin and legality of the firearms displayed by members of the Nigeria Cadet Network, and the propriety of the military honors granted to the president's son by non-commissioned civilians under the protection of security personnel. The former vice president stressed that preserving the integrity of the armed forces is paramount. If it is determined that any legal violation were committed by the president's son or members of the so-called Nigeria Cadet Network, it is the constitutional duty of the Nigerian security agencies to ensure that the law takes its course and those responsible are held accountable. Sources close to the Tinubu family are minimizing the significance of such Sources close to the Tinubu family are minimizing the significance of a recent incident, stating that it was a show of solidarity organized by young supporters, not an official military endorsement. They claimed the event was put together by a voluntary paramilitary style group, which was meant to demonstrate their support rather than imply any formal backing for the military. So what exactly are they supporting Seyi Tinubu on or for? So Seyi Tinubu is a private. Why are they not organizing it for me? Seyi Tinubu is no different from me. I'm a private citizen as he is as well. The fact that his father is the president is by the by. He has no designation in law. So what are they supporting him for? You know, I think there must be something here, you know. One of the event organizers who spoke anonymously stated the parade was simply an honor by a youth-based civic group, not the military. Seyi Tinubu has been a role model to many young people. So, you know, it really rankles me when they say, they used to say this about the son of or daughter of Buhari or this, that. How can Seyi Tinubu be a role model for anybody? The only thing that happened upon Seyi Tinubu is that he was born into a rich and powerful family. So there is nothing of his doing that is worthy of emulating. He did not through dint of hard work find himself at the top of the pyramid. It is by virtue, by the good fortune of birth, is what has propelled him to where he is. So there is nothing seismic or shaking in his back CV that tells us of somebody that fought his way through. So how is he a role model? The only thing that he models is being born into a family of power and wealth. That's just it. So how is that a role model? A role model is an example that you can emulate. So unless you want to be born to go back and die and come back into a rich family, then there is nothing to emulate in Seyi Tinubu. So how exactly is he a role model? One of the event organizers who spoke anonymously stated the parade was simply an honor by a youth-based civic group, not the military. Seyi Tinubu has been a role model to many young people, and this was their way of showing appreciation. Political analyst Dr. Amina Yusuf, who commented on the issue, said the backlash is understandable given Nigeria's sensitivity to issues of power abuse, but it is important to establish whether this was an official military or an event or a civilian gathering mimicking the military. The Nigerian military is yet to release an official statement on the matter, leaving many questions about the legality and implication of the event unanswered. So there it is right there. So that's article. Just looking for many ways just to sabotage and undermine the Tinubu administration. So there's nothing wrong with that as well, by the way. So enemies everywhere though. Saraki recounts, Ndume recounts how Saraki allegedly betrayed him, calls out Tinubu's government for being personalized. So I'm not quite sure. Sometimes I wonder how this Tinubu guy is able to sleep at night. It seems as though he's just surrounded by enemy. And by the way, Ndume is an APC chieftain, a senior member of the president's own party. But you wonder then what it would be like if it was why do I have so many this is what I hate about this sort of look at the adverts is more than double the size of the article itself. Gundume recounts how Saraki allegedly betrayed him, calls out Tinubu's government for being personalized. So do we really want to hear what he has to say? I think we've got sufficient enough to know where he's coming from. Let's wrap it up with very dark man. 78 million has been recovered from the 180 million moved from my NGO account. VDM gives update. So he was spotted apparently, allegedly, in a nightclub in Jos, partying away just after he told us that he has lost a lot of money. So this is this guy now. It's just anyway.
Even some people that I did not think would call to check up, they've called to check up. So I really want to say thank you. And also I want to thank God for the progress so far. We have been able to recover 78 million, even though the suspect pointed that the person that he did it with has run to Ghana. So hopefully we'll be going to Ghana very soon. And when they did an analysis on the website, this is what we found. Top threat countries and region, because there have been threats from different places that we did not even notice. So these are countries and region. The total amount of threats on the NVOI website was 614. 614 from the US, Nigeria 58, Moldova 4, Singapore 3, and Israel 3. This is the chart of everything, and also this is the full analysis and the key findings. So cyber attack reports on NVOI. Since launching the NVOI website, we have identified 682 cyber attacks, targeting its functionality and security. Below are the key insights from our analysis and action taken to ensure your safety. Key findings: highest attack activities. The most intense attack occurred on December 17th, with 590 attempts originating from an IP address in the United States, potentially marked by a VPN. Other attacking locations: IP involved in the attacks were also traced to Israel, Nigeria, Singapore, and Moldova. Attack objective: disrupting the service, attempting to cause chaos or dissatisfaction by undermining the website functionally. Number two, unauthorized access to financial data, trying to exploit vulnerabilities to access sensitive banking credential and redirect funds. Number three, denial to service, overloading server resources to disrupt access to the site. So where they were sending viruses to disrupt everything. So these are the analysis so far. So I guess one of them it was one of them that worked. But 78 million naira have been recovered, and the team and I will be going to Ghana to follow the lead. Now, this wasn't just a straight attack. It was I don't know how to even put it. I would say it's part of an inside job because it's somebody from within the team that pointed out these people, and I don't know, but hopefully we'll get to expose the people behind everything. So far, I haven't even been able to sleep since for like 2 days. But yeah, thank you guys very much, and thank you all that have called me. God bless you. Thank you.
There's a lot that doesn't hang together with what this guy has to say. If that was being said by anybody else, this guy would have dragged that person through the coal. He's telling us about some vague guy. So where is the guy that was that you've apprehended? Why is he not being paraded for us to see? The police in Abuja have told us that no report has been made. So how would your account be hacked? And are you a high-profile personality that you have made yourself into? How could your account have been hacked and money stolen, and the police were not notified? The 180 million, the public was notified. The policeman that they allegedly was carrying from Abuja to Jos, we've now found out that it's nothing at all to do with the police. So there's nothing that hangs together, and he claims he's not been able to sleep, but he was spotted in a nightclub in Jos last night. So nothing hangs together. I think he's giving the money back slowly. He won't give all of it back, but he may well just end it at that and at that 78 million and say, is it 78 million? Yeah, he will end it at that 78 million and tell us that is all he was able to recover.
All right. So first of all,
no. So don't first of all us anymore. Maybe let's have
we made this mess together, and it will take all of us to resolve the mess that we have.
All right, so I have this video lined up, but I just saw it under this one. So let's play it here and see if it captures the essence of what we want to say.
It will take all of us. Without all of us functioning as one, the way you found the grace to function as one in the last month, you all acted as one. It wasn't about being Christian, being Muslim. They divided us along too many lines. Damn!
You see, now call me cynical and hate me, please. Just you do that anyway. Call me cynical and then grind up your hate, ratchet it up even more. But I don't buy this art. Damn, oh, you hurt my feelings. But what's all that? From a full-grown man from Yoruba, not even a Lagos Yoruba, a hardened from the interior Yoruba. Damn, you hurt my feelings. What's all that? When is that for a 50-something-year-old man from Yoruba stock, a lawyer? Damn, you hurt my feelings. What's that? You dirty one here.
We stopped being human because we became Nigerians. They divided us and we fell for it. Because you wouldn't see me as a Yoruba man, you spoke for me. Because you wouldn't see me as a Christian, you spoke for me. Because you spoke. Because you spoke. Because you spoke. Because you spoke, Nigeria couldn't happen to me. Because you spoke.
The only reason Nigeria couldn't happen to me is because you spoke. You spoke. That is why Nigeria couldn't happen to me. And yeah, Nigeria couldn't happen to me. Emu, Eki, Bitero record. You found your voices. I became you. And in our collective, you couldn't be silenced. And I could not be silenced. So it wasn't me that became the porcupine. It was you, the Nigerian citizens, that became the porcupine. So here is what we're going to do. First question I need you to ask yourself is this.
Oh, all right, so there it is right there. Because you spoke, Nigeria couldn't happen to him. In Yoruba land, we say, he will milk this. Now that he has discovered the waterworks, he'll be turning it on like a regular tap. Because you spoke, you didn't you hurt my feelings. Oh, I'm so hurt. What's all this? This is the ratcheting up of nonsensity within the Nigerian experience. So there it is right there. Very soon he'll be cross-dressing. Let's go on from that silliness to something a bit more that we can imagine that. Because you spoke, you hurt my feelings.
Sokoto is telling Sokoto that the job will start from Badagry to Sokoto 2027. You did it before you do it. We can't do it. We cannot vote Tinubu. We can't vote hungry. We can't. How many votes do you bring from Iboy as a governor Omahi? Your Excellency, how many votes do you bring from Iboy during the campaign? How many votes? If it's for your vote from the East as well, Tinubu will not become a president. We vote Tinubu from the North, so you can't tell us what. We know what to do to remove him 2027. Serious. You can't command anybody in Sokoto. Who are you? Because they give you contract of 15 trillion. You say Sokoto? Who are the contractor of that company? What is the name of the company from Badagry to Sokoto Road? And why do they start? Where do they put their bulldozer? You are telling people story, lie. You are a liar. And God will ask you that in what you are telling people. It is no good. And now you revoke contract to Kaduna for the road. Where are the contractor? Which contractor do you give the road? From Okonga to Jos, problem. From Jos to Bauchi, Gombe, all. After both out to Maiduguri, no problem. Where do they do the road? From Bino here, if you are going to Kalba, problem. From here, if you are going to no road you commission as a minister. Before when you come, you are visiting the whole site, putting sea helmet, waiting whether you do this. So this you just want to campaign. Why don't you go campaign for Sokoto? We cannot vote Tinubu for 2027 from the north. We cannot. It's right there we die. We cannot vote hungry. So far, and the only appointment where it is appointing Yorubas from Lagos, not from Ogun, not from Ondo. Then we go voting for what? This person who is taking one side. Okay, why they not arrest Sunday Abo? He want a protest in London. Tinubu doesn't make the arresting. But they are sending security to arrest Bello Bodejo, arrest Kanu. People who are standing for their people, they want to arrest them because this one is a Fulani, this one is an Igbo one. But Sunday Abo is patrolling, even is making a party yesterday. He threw a party in Ibadan. He was not arrested. Somebody is preaching for Adudua. Then you want us to vote again. Then when we vote for 2027, what will come out? Then what we are afraid, and then this person is the same person want to change vehicle every year. The president every year will change vehicle. Food alone for presidency is 49.6 trillion for food, billion for food alone for president. Then he want to change vehicle every year. Do you come to change the vehicle, or you come for function, or you come to work for Nigeria? Mr. President, I campaign with you. You know me, I know you. You say we should give you Nigeria. There's a new hope. Where is the new hope? All you tell us is not true. And you say you suspend all your activities in Lagos. Okay, will you suspend the activities because people die on the food? What do you send the food for them to celebrate the Christmas? You have no activities there in Lagos. You just go there to rest. Which activities? It's just a pity, Your Excellency. You don't have any activities there. You go there to rest. And people die for hunger because they want to get the food. Do you send the food for those people so that a brother can go for Christmas? No. You say suspend the activities. That cannot solve the solution. We expect you to send like 100 or 300 trailers to that area so that people can go for Christmas everywhere in Nigeria because of this shameful something that happened, which the world have seen it. Because it has seen it is under Vera already. This is the first time that Nigerian, the giant of Africa, people will die for food inside crowd because of food. You will just die. It's a shame. Not war, not anything. Then you are talking about voting. No security in Sokoto, no security in Zamfara, no security in Kaduna. Then people are dying. They cannot follow the road travel. Then you say we know what to do. 20. Thank God you say we know what to do. 20 to 27 before 12, Oga, you don't go. You and your Oga will go and we will investigate you. Mind you, after that, we'll investigate all the money you collected from Ministry of Works. Beware. Because I have the total, all the money given to you. So beware, you will visit EFCC after we come up 2027. By 12 o'clock, your Oga, you follow him. Maybe you will vote you and Iboy and Lagos, but not for naught. We can't vote him. You can't force us. Who are you even to tell us whom to vote? Who are you? Who are you? You are challenging us all the northern. Who are you? What qualification do we have? I'm having a PhD. You can't compare with me. An engineer. You say you are engineer. Engineer to whom? You are engineer for a boy. People are fighting between your border and Benue. What do you do to that solution? Do you go there and visit the place and you see it? Do you commission any road as a minister since you come? No. Then you expect us again saying what you are telling us what to do in Sokoto. We should vote. You are not. Your campaign is nonsense. We can't vote 2027. We are taking Tunumbu out. We can't vote where a Christian can die for hungry. Once Allah come now, the same thing. Muslim will die for where they are collecting rice. We can't continue this hungry, Oga. Poor party is too much. That is just to show. It's a shame.
So there is right there, Dr. Garros Gololo or Gogoro or whatever it is. So that's the politics coming out of the north. Because you spoke, Nigeria could not happen to me. I think we should have an orchestra to sing that to us. Because you spoke, Nigeria could not happen to me. But is Nigeria happening to this now next clip? This will be the last one. Then we play the K guides and see what happens next.
I warn you direct. I'm warning you direct. It's only me that will die. I die and go. And then you pray. Your children will cancer, so will catch them. If you try it, cancer, all of you in the family. So do something now. Find me. Let me help to reduce the cost of food. Reduce the cost of food. Employ more people. That's all I need. I'm not a criminal. Of my almost 40 years in America, I'm not a criminal. Answer this phone. Answer this phone. I'm not a criminal. Go back to America and ask of Michael Egonu. I'm not a criminal like you people. I don't cherish shit. Are you hearing me? I do not cherish shit. So you find me the incentives you are giving to these governors. They should find me to give me the money so that I will do what is right. Get me people to work with me. I have a car. I'm not buying any car. I'm not chasing any woman. I'm satisfied with my woman. I don't have any piece of land in Port Harcourt than this one my people gave me. Okay? You have to look for me. I said, let me talk to you today. If you shit until you enter your family. I have told you. Look, you people better look for me. The oil is here in Obele. Obele. You call us Obele, ba? Obele. You go and check in Shell, you see Obele. Help me now. Let me help these people. Let me help the community. Let me help Nigeria to reduce food. Otherwise, we'll become two crazy people. Not only, look, some crazy people, they wear coat like you people. If you don't do something, I will do the same thing. Okay? Thank you. Whatever you do, international court justice will know. They know all these things. I have not come here to become a terrorist. I have not come here to become like you people who are sponsoring terrorists. Okay? You find me. Find Michael Egonu and bring the money so I can I finish up this thing and put all the equipments, all the things I need to put here. Okay? You do well. I will not take a dime to buy.
You know, there used to be this French comic book that I used to read when I was younger. It's called Asterix and the Roman Soldiers. Asterix and the Roman Soldiers. And then they dubbed it into like a cartoon. And then not that long ago, a few years ago, I came across a cartoon of it and I was watching it. It was a particular episode called The House That Drives People Mad. So it's like a government sort of building, the house that drives people mad. So the Nigerian state, of course, are exactly that house, the house that. So that's another man that Nigeria has happened to. I don't know what he's riding against, but you can see that it's apoplectic with something or the other. So there it is right there. Asterix and the Roman soldiers. Because you spoke, Nigeria never happened to me. Enough to tell you to drink the kegite.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́ni àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niruwa Gbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So, because you spoke, Baba is happening to you. Because you spoke, Ekene is happening to you. Because you spoke, BT is happening to you. And because you spoke, Chioma is happening to you. So, because you spoke, all these eminent personalities are now happening to you. And because you especially spoke, a blast from the past, Paddy is happening to you. So you see what happens when you speak. A lot of good things happen to you. So let's kick it off, start it off. I was going to start with Baba, but shall we do ladies first? Because she spoke, she's about to. I think I've overlabeled that. Chioma, good to see you. Because you spoke. Can you speak?
Good evening. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, good to have you, Chioma. Yeah, we can hear you perfectly. Good to have you here.
Good to have you too. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I want you guys to hit the like button, and your life will never remain the same. Thank you. So yeah, I only came to speak on one topic.
Yes, you came to speak on because you spoke. I mean, look at that guy. He made himself a laughing stock. I mean, you can't even. Hold on. Just hold on right there. If you want to speak on it, then let's bring you in properly.
We made this mess together, and it will take all of us to resolve the mess that we have made. It will take all of us. Without all of us functioning as one, the way you found the grace to function as one in the last month, you all acted as one. It wasn't about being Christian, being Muslim. They divided us along too many lines. Damn! We stopped being human because we became Nigerians. They divided us. and we fell for it. Because you wouldn't see me as a Yoruba man, you spoke for me. Because you wouldn't see me as a Christian, you spoke for me. Because you spoke. Because you spoke. Because you spoke. Because you spoke, Nigeria couldn't happen to me. Because.
And there it is right there. If that guy did not rehearse that, then I'm a banana. That sounds like a well-rehearsed performance right there.
No, one man. I think it's genuine, you know. It's really funny to see a man crying. Like he was crying like he received the bad news, like a shocking news, you know. It's so funny, I'm not gonna lie. It's very interesting. But yeah, I mean I felt his sentiments. I understand how he feels, you know. Because I can't even imagine being locked up in Nigerian prison or be in detention or whatever. I mean, thank God he's an obedient. I mean, but what I don't understand, he said we caused this problem together. I mean, I'm not part of the problem. I didn't cause any problem for him, so he's including everybody in his problem. But it is what it is. But I'm just happy that obedience always comes together at times like this, to fight for one of us. It's always good to be in the winning team, the right team, obedience. And thank God for obedience. They didn't let him go. They didn't see any tribal anything. They just saw him as a human being, as a man fighting for our rights, fighting for a just cause. So we thank God for his life. We thank God for all the obedience that spoke loudly, despite all those people that said that he will rot in prison or he will not be released for Christmas. He was released, and he enjoyed Christmas. And that's why he's crying. He wants to thank all of the obedience for speaking for him, for never giving up, especially Peter Obi and all those people that begged on his behalf. We thank God for all of those people, all the obedience online, and I'm sorry to say this, if Olori Naomi was obedient, I mean, perhaps she would have been released by now. I don't know who she voted for during the election period, if she voted for Tinubu or Peter Obi, but if she was advocating for Peter Obi, maybe obedience would be fighting for her cause, even protesting in Oni's palace by now. Because what's happening to Olori?
I would love to see that, the obedience protesting in do you know what you probably don't, in Yoruba land we say Ile Agbe Won Mini. Do you know what that means? Our party will explain it to you when it gets to its turn. I'd like to see the obedience, even attempts at that. Ile Agbe Won Mini. But
I'm gonna ask one of my family friends to translate it. But honestly, if Naomi can tell us who she voted for during the election, if she was advocating for Peter Obi, perhaps people will be fighting for her case. Perhaps you see all the Igbo people, in Ile-Ife, shouting and jumping at the Oni's palace. I mean, it's not like he has how many security guards does he have there? We'll be jumping the fences, fighting for Naomi. It's just it's not fair.
But Choma, jokes apart, I'm sure you've watched it in your own time. The Dele Farotim, it's gotten so much traffic. I think everybody has seen it.
It's the power of obedience.
Yeah. What did you make of it though when you first saw it? Because I thought the full length of it. I think you would have seen the full length of it. What did you make of it? I thought it was a bit. It was a bit over the top, somewhat, but that's just for my own prejudice.
No, it's not over the top. No, if you know the country you came from, if you have not faced detention in Nigeria. Nigeria is like, once you're arrested, you don't even know your fate. You don't know if you will survive the next day. You don't even know if they will even call your family members. If anybody would know if you. I mean, Nigeria. God. Let's just pray that we'll never be in that situation, because I understand how he feels. He's crying. It's tears of joy to be released. You know, at least he can fight for his own kid. Look at Naomi's mom. You think is it normal for a woman to be crying like that only because the woman is in detention? That tells you the country we're living in. You know, her mom has taken off her wig, crying on social media because Nigeria is like, you know, you're just unpredictable country. Sometimes it's lawless. So I understand there are Farotimi. I felt his emotion, his tears of joy. So it wasn't over the top. He's thanking God. He's thanking obedience, honestly. But like I said, if Naomi was an obedient, perhaps she would have been released since. You know, it's the power of obedience, because it's majority on social media. We make moves, you know. Our voice is very loud, and action speaks louder than other things. So yeah, we make moves. So yeah, we thank God for Dele Farotimi for his freedom, and that's all I came to say, honestly. But
all right,
let's go over the top about it.
all right, all right. Did you want to ask her a question, Abiti?
No, I'll just wait for her to finish.
Yes. Yes. Because there were bits, because we did a live reaction to it earlier on, and in the course of that reaction, we were somewhat coming to the thought that he may have breached his bail condition, which is not to discuss the case in public. And this output now somewhat, it weighs sentimentality in regards to that case. So do you think he may have unwittingly breached his bail conditions? And what do you think the chances are of him being taken back into custody? Because it's quite apparent that he has breached his bail condition already.
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you.
Oh no, he hasn't breached any bail. He didn't really say anything against you know, the court's order. You know, he's just, you know, grateful and thanking God of, you know, that he's released, and thanking Nigerians. And and you know, if you read, you know, if you read the underlying tone, he's just telling people to continue speaking for him, you know, continue shouting, continue making noise for his case, you know, so that, you know, the judge will favor him. That's pretty much what he's doing. But he's not really saying too much. But that alone, because you spoke for me, it's loud enough. He wants people to continue fighting for his case so that the judge will favor him. But he hasn't broken any rules. No, he has not.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Choma. So that's Choma right there. If we say that Dupsy is the first lady, then Choma is certainly the golden princess of the platform. So that's Choma, of course, the mighty woman. So Baba, you're up next. Everything centers around Dele Farotimi. Other topics to speak as well. Did you see that Marianne Mogadu tweet? Saying that Lagos belongs to all of us. Only a few months ago, she told her people to get out of Lagos. So the rank hypocrisy of that. El Rufai rallying against the budget, which I feel is fair dues. It's fair dues for people to rally against the budget, but not El Rufai, who is meant to be a party stalwart. So there is that. And then the goings on in Mozambique, which has gone under the radar. I'm not sure if you're following the storyline of this Dr. Femi Olaleye, who was convicted and still in the throes. Article calling for the prosecution of Tinubu's son for etc. etc. So Baba, floor is yours.
Yeah, woman. Thank you. Hope you had a nice weekend. I salute the panelists and people of the comment section, and our viewers. Welcome to Where Ideas Contend. I hope you have clicked the like button. Yeah, let me just quickly skip to, before I get to this El Rufai issue, which is very topical today. Let me start first. The GMD of NNPC, I think that list is inconclusive. A Lagosian, Festus Morinho, was the first GMD of NNPC at its takeoff in 1977. So Mourinho was there. Festus Mourinho. I think he died a couple of years back. So take just correction there with that list. Let me talk quickly, touch on Seyi Tinubu's issue, which Atiku spokesman have talked about. I think we have become lightheaded in our country, and everything has become politics or cruise, as they to use the modern lingo of cyberspace, because it just turned non-issue to something they want to put their teeth to, whereas they are just biting bone. There is no meat. I mean, ordinarily, I didn't want to say that first day. What they are carrying is not arms. It's carved. It's wood. If you have it, maybe you put it on hold and examine those rifles again. You'll see that it is carved. Why do I know that? I see the positioning, the length of the what is it now? Where you store the bullets and put in there.
Is it the barrel or the butt?
Magazine, the magazine. You will see that it's just about the same line of where they inject it into. Though, if you use it to rob or you are caught with it, you will still be charged for armed robbery. No doubt about that. But it is just small military group they have in schools, just like the Manowar Bay, and they have a lot of them all over Nigeria. And I don't know why an Atiku spokesman will make that an issue all of a sudden and going verbose, dialectical about it and things like that. I think it's for lack of work they are doing, or they are just throwing everything at the presidency. The kitchen sink, the kitchen knife, the iron sponge, everything they are just throwing at him. So I say rubbish to that. And let's now the Miriam Mogalu. I think she's saying that Dirty December is as really surprising.
Thank you, Baba. I think that I thought that was what propelled her to revert. Yes, I thought it was Dirty December. So
Because
let's stop it. Now, impossible.
Yeah, it's surprises. I mean, what happened? Even people all over the world, people descended on Lagos just to celebrate. They've been having this celebration every year, no doubt about it. It's all corporate sponsored. And you see some of the street like Alfred Rewani on VI. I mean, you would think you are in Paris or you are on Orchid Street in Singapore, drink Christmas this thing with the decorations and everything like that. So I think she will soften her ground and start to blend as everybody's welcome. So I'm glad she's having a change of mind. Let's come now to this issue of this Northerners, what I think Kulata called political knots. I just want to use that respectfully, rather than now tar the Northerners with the same brush. So I will call the political knot. I think, well, let me suspend that and go to Dele Farotim case. I think if we were in US, definitely even family members, even the friends will advise him to see a shrink. They will advise him to see a shrink. People don't even get to this portion before they ask them, look, go see a shrink, let them put your head together. Because all this, I wouldn't say it's lying, I wouldn't say this thing, but he needs to see a shrink. And like we say, animal won't come out for trap. It never come out for bush. The case has not been concluded. It has not even started. Out of about the 6 of them, 2 are criminal and the rest 4 are civil. So the journey has not even started and is collapsing. Man, let him wake up and smell the coffee. He who alleges must prove. So let me quickly go back to the political notes, because they are grouping and they are sure-footed. I don't blame them. When Jonathan had all the evidences to nail Shetima as a Boko Haram sponsor, when he had all the evidences to nail Ndume as a Boko Haram sponsor, he didn't do it. He let them go free. And when Badenoch referred to them as Boko Haram infested, don't forget Badenoch served Theresa Truss, served, am I correct with that first name? Truss, Prime Minister. He served the Indian guy, and she's been in parliament for some time. She must have seen a lot of intelligence reports. So don't discount that. She's coming from a place of knowledge. So it's Jonathan's fault. Why wouldn't they come out now and be all spewing rubbish? And the death of Gaddafi has made us very open, particularly southern Nigeria, because I question their motive. Even the French soldiers were not anywhere near Nigerian border or anywhere or very close to us. They are propagating it and calling Niger their brother, their cousin. They have a free border there. So they invite this thing. Are they crying now because they cannot use the same terrorist group they use in harassing Jonathan? They can't use it against a Tinubu presidency because they've been found out? No more mass kidnapping like they carry 200 and something girls from a secondary school and carted them away, and they've been milking and collecting money ever since for years. I mean, these people, I try to moderate my language as much as possible. When you talk about a government investing money in the Green Line in Lagos State, it's for profit. We all know 8% to 10% of Nigeria's population reside in Lagos. 8% to 10% of Nigeria's population reside in one state, Lagos. 35% of our GDP as a nation, Lagos contributes. So Lagos is viable as business investment. It's not for nothing. People like Dangote is operating his refinery there today in peace, which he will not enjoy where he came from. So if federal government is taking money to invest in that, what's wrong with that? After all, didn't the same government invested in Dangote's refinery? And that is their own hard cash. But where were these people when Buhari borrowed money, $2 billion, to make a rail line to Maradi in Niger State? Because Buhari's father was a Nigerian. Pardon my pronunciation. Was a Nigerian. That's Buhari's father. Borrowed money in Nigeria's name and initiated a rail line to Maradi right there. Where were they? Where is El Rufai? Where is Usman? Where is Gololo? Where is Ndume? Where I can name them and name and name. Where were they? Where were they? People who couldn't even thank Jonathan for creating 167 Almajiri schools with libraries on wheel, following these people up and down. When Buhari came, he cancelled all of them. All that almost 1 billion investment for them, down the drain. Down the drain. And when Buhari single-handedly funded the Abuja Cardinal Railway, did we quarrel? That was one of the beautiful rail you can find out in Africa with curtains, everything, and seats to match. 187 kilometers to be covered in few hours. They are enjoying it today. Did any Southerner complain? Well, because we've all agreed to stay under the banner of a country, of a space, geographical space called Nigeria. So this newfound fervor, this new hatred for the South, more so for the Southwest, I don't know where it's coming from. If they are determined to remove a democratically elected government, they should wait till 2027. They shouldn't be in a hurry. They are just wasting their energy, and they will shaft themselves hoarse until that day. We still have almost 2 years left before that will happen. And they are not good fighters. If you are, you will not be showing your dirty political hands in advance if you really mean to fight. Because I don't understand. Because they are not getting any rents now. That's why they are making all the noises. Or because this government is an offshoot of the same APC that installed Buhari. They cannot go after Buhari's men like they would if it were to be PDP they took over power from. Look at what is happening in Ghana. They are pursuing the NPP people. The NDC is pursuing them. They've even come up with Operation something oral, Operation Recover All Loots. Yeah, ORAL, Operation Recover All Loots. They go into schools where government officials will drive their children with official cars to come and drop children. They seize the cars right there. Even they've not been sworn in. So maybe if Tinubu had done that to them, they wouldn't be making noise and just fighting themselves and eating up their intestine. Because I just look at it, I ask myself, what is the problem with these people? Everything they just disagree with. And they say it in the name of their people. And because we are not paying attention, they are doing a lot of damage. They go to BBC in Hausa to talk to their people every day. Every day they go there and spew lies just to charge up their people.
Baba,
that fire they are stoking will consume them. Yeah, Betty, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Betty.
No, it's just a question to you. You said they go on this channel, on these forums, and they're very effective. So what is the media team of Tinubu doing?
It is very delicate to handle, Betty, because I don't know the way, look, whether we like it or not, we are different people. We know each and every one of us, whether it's in the soap they bath us or anything, the Igbo man's character is different from that of the Yorubas. The Yoruba man's character is different from that of an Hausa man. We are very different. That is why they may be 10 standing on one side of the road. And once one of them enter the road to cross, all of them will follow en masse without looking. An Igbo man will not do that. A Yoruba man will not do that. I'm sorry to use that analogy, but it's the truth. We all sit in the corner of our houses. These are the kind of thing, horde mentality. Horde mentality. That is what they are. So they take turns.
But Baba, therein lies the danger, though. That herd mentality, therein lies the danger. The unthinking sort of mass follow the sheeple, they call them.
Yeah, yes, that's what I think. When I look at it, that it is dangerous. There is no way you can attack it. But the thing I look at it at times, because I look at it spiritually, that maybe there is a divine hand in all of this. Because Nigeria, as far as I'm concerned, truly expired 2014. We have never renewed our contract. Because the contract that put us together in 1914 says, after 100 years, take a look again at your relationship or interrelationship and determine whether you still want to go further. That's what it said after 100, and that 100 years was 2014. We've not had that conversation. So maybe there is a divine hand somehow that is creeping in on us.
So let me ask you.
Yeah, no, we are very few, so we can make it interactive.
Because I've heard rumors that people are saying that this is a way of getting regional government. That because if you notice, because I had to go look at some news reports that not in the mainstream. Like for example, Tinubu has moved some things from Lagos to Delta. He also moved the one in Zaria, that tech school is now going to be in all. So we're going to have 6 now, I think next year. So from having one school of tech in Zaria, each zone will now have one each. And he's doing more of that. So he's now kind of moving things around equally for all regions, all zones now. And I'm seeing more of that in all areas. Do you think he's moving towards that direction, that he's gearing up for a fight and he's bracing up, like he's now moving everything? Do you think that's the plan, or is just am I wrong in what I'm assessing here?
You're not wrong, BT, because on the surface they oppose restructuring. Shetima is on record to have said restructuring my foot. Yes, Shetima said it. And this president is stylishly reforming the country, thinking that he's doing it on their blind side. But it has not even started. They are kicking already. And nobody, no reasonable person wouldn't say we need to reform the country one way or the other. And everything they want to delay.
But Baba, just to insert as well, the political north, as we seem to have now coined that phraseology, do you think the political north can afford a Tinubu second term? Do you think they can afford it?
Well, the danger inherent in that is that how are they going to do it? Because whether we like it or not, the country still stands on a tripod. It's on a tripod, 3-legged, not 4-legged. Or if you want to expand it to bring it to modern day, we can say, okay, 4-legged stool, taking or standing, the country table is standing on. If we look at it from that angle, when they say power goes to the south, unwritten, on assumption, it is supposed to be 2-term. Okay, let's say, okay, that is not so. You've got it in the south. The southerner has to take over from Tinubu to take it to 2031. That is one angle. Another angle is, okay, the man has a right to go for second term, whether you like it or not, or you vote for a southerner. But the way I look at it, they are not even ready to wait with the kind of arithmetic they are bringing to bear politically. And they take it.
But Baba, is that not because they are seeing the smoke signals? With the pace of reformation that we're seeing now, if Tinubu spends 8 years there, it's going to decimate completely their power base and render them impotent.
That is their fear.
We will have nothing to fear from them anymore if Tinubu spends 8 years.
Baba, to add what I said earlier, even look at this thing that Tinubu created for each region now, that development commission. Not for everybody now. Because I had to go through the list. I'm like, wait a minute, what is? I think he doesn't care about second time, to be honest with you. With the way it's going, I don't think he cares about second time. I don't think.
He doesn't. Look, he ended that interview, that media chat. He said, "I'm ready to butt head with anybody Go and check that, just the last minute. That's what he said. He doesn't care. And that is what is scaring them. Because they've tried to frighten him. These are people, look, I saw something today. There was this Major General Abdul Malik Biu. Few years ago, he was on record when they started pardoning these Boko Haram so-called repentant terrorists. And this general said, look, they can repent, and even if they repent, we rehabilitate them. They have the right even to become president of Nigeria. I'm quoting what I had from this general. You can check it out on YouTube. Major General Abdul Malik Biu said that. So these people actually, there is no way they can deny that they brought in terrorism into their territory. They sustained it. And it is during this time alone, or during the Buhari's 8 years, made them to soften ground a little bit. I can remember what they did to Jonathan. It's because we don't think properly. Look at the Chibok girls, for instance, when Jonathan was there. I look at it from a southern eye. I look at our children in the south, and I imagine even then, and Jonathan was of the same view in a different way. I'll come to that. That take a typical school in Unsuka or anywhere in Egbado, maybe just 6 rooms and 100 children. And imagine in your head that terrorists come and cut all of them in trucks and start driving them for kilometers on end. Children, they will jump, they will scatter. In amongst children of 100 population, hardly you can get 30. Am I wrong, gentlemen and lady? But here we are. They told us in Chibok, they took 200 and something girls, put them in a ride, put on air conditioner on motorbike, and took them into Sambisa forest. Drive that would take hours. Jonathan doubted that thing. Shetima was leaving his Borno government house and almost practically living in Aso Rock, harassing Jonathan for money. To the extent that he had a clash with Madam Patience. And today they say they have what do you call it, camp where they put them. In that camp, a few months ago, when 24 women walked away from that camp to go and meet their lovers in Sambisa forest. Have we forgotten? Have we forgotten? We should start examining these people. If they don't want us to stay as one, it's not a difficult thing because I don't understand their agenda. I don't understand their agenda. If they want to expand it, they are not and form in a Sahel Republic with Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Chad. Good for them. Good for them. I don't care. But telling me there is no border and everything, our cousin, I don't like hearing that word. Are you not a Nigerian like me? Are you not responsible for me and me responsible for you? Am I not supposed to be the first person you have to shield? But you carry the Nigerian passport and you are talking and siding with somebody over another border. countries called Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso that they are your cousin, and you will choose them over me? We have to be very careful, because it's getting to a point. Didn't this El Rufai pay killer herdsmen with government money? Didn't he justify it? Only 18 months. Another government that is not going to kick the can down the road, who is ready to grab the bull by the horn, and they are belly aching already, because it's not paying rent to any of them. They're already belly aching. So imagine when it gets to 3 years, 36 months. There is no time they will not carry suicide bomb and will walk in the street all over the place. So it's very, very annoying. And these are people who wore school uniform and went to school. Goloro is saying that he has PhD. What has he done with the PhD he has? He can think. What was the topic of his thesis he wrote? What was the subject? Didn't he write thesis? They are serving us beer sandwiches. I don't eat beer sandwiches. They can shove it up their asses.
All right, but take us to the Dele Farotimi narrative, and then we move it around a bit. We go to Bitin next. We hear from Paddy and then Ekene, and still more room. Anybody that wants to hop on, Baba, back to you. So because he spoke, Nigeria never happened to him.
Oh man, thanks for allowing me to rant, if we put it that way. I've said my piece about Dele Farotimi. He has to see a shrink. I yield, one man.
Baba, want to hear more of the rant, because bad being gone, so you come back.
I was enjoying it, but I just thought of the people waiting. You know, if it was just me and Baba, I wouldn't object.
Because one man, what he's talking
because
about,
Baba is a
it's very
a real.
At some point, we need to have that conversation about the country. Do we want to stay together or not? That we need to have that conversation at some point.
We need to have that conversation. If not, it will be like what Yoruba says, for nothing. And there's all this story they say in the East. And a deity, an oracle that demands blood, and you are serving that deity or oracle with palm kernel oil, my dear, you are wasting your time. You are wasting your time. We need to sit down and reappraise our situation. The gentlemen, look at even ordinarily the tax reform. Because out of all the countries in Africa, even all in the world, we are the least tax to GDP. I think we are just about 8% tax to GDP. So we place all our life, these resources on the oil. But tax also is most countries that don't even have any resources, it is tax that survives them. Even in America here, that's why people will always open their mouth and say, oh, it is my tax. I pay tax. That's the first thing an American will put on the table for you. I pay my taxes. They say it with pride. And now we are now saying, okay, let's look at this. Let's ante up the money, the tax rate to GDP, and say, look, if you earn less than $1 million, please, you have no business paying taxes. Just manage your money until the government can do better and raise your salary above 1 million per annum. And please, SMEU, if your turnover, which was formerly 25 million, and said they double it now to 50 million, your annual turnover is less than 50 million, don't bother, just take care of your few workers. None of you should pay taxes. On import for educational materials, no VAT. On import for raw materials for making drugs, nothing, and so on and so forth. And some people somewhere sat down and say that bill is dead on arrival without even taking a peek at it. Arrogantly, sure-footedly. That's an insult on our collective intelligence. If we say we live in a country, that's an insult. So why? Because you want to continue exploiting your own people. And these are the same people you go back and do interview. Oh, it's like it's orchestrated, all of them. It's like ganging up. And talk to your people because that's how you want them. Because what you do, this is coming from their place, their own space. That look, the way they roll in their side is that in an area, you get more clout with the number of people that pay obeisance to you every day, who lives in your compound, who eats under you. The size is the measure of your importance in society. So if we have to go by that, then keeping their people under bondage in perpetuity is part of their culture. Do I want that in the South? No Southerner will stand for that. No Southerner will stand for that. So if that is what they want, and they tell their people and they believe it because that's how they've molded their people from beginning, which is against the grain of what Sardauna of Sokoto, the late Ahmadu Bello, was planning for them, then they are doing a disservice to their forebear. Even at then, when we practice regional government, you, BT, you cannot work as a medical doctor in the North. You have to go and work under contract in your country. Yes, BT, you have to work under contract.
I will back in that, what's his name again? Their former prime minister's, what's his name? The one that was killed.
Sardauna.
Yeah, he was the one that said that's what they preferred, right?
No, it's not. He didn't say it. That was what they were practicing.
All right, okay.
They had a lot of Filipino, a lot of Indians, and a lot of, what's the name of this, Pakistanis. They would rather take them first. You line up for an interview with them, they would rather employ them first before they consider you from southern Nigeria. That's how they started. They start playing catch up until these people came when Sardauna exited, and they saw another thing entirely and practicing another thing entirely.
So do you see a scenario where we might, what would trigger that conversation, and what would trigger a referendum or a conference? Something has to trigger it, right? So what do you think would trigger that conversation to where we have a round discussion? Yeah.
Unfortunately, it is anarchy that will trigger it. Unfortunately, I'm being very honest, for nobody will initiate it. It is something, an happenstance that will lead to anarchy, and we all will be called to a round table, maybe by an international body, to say, okay, you people don't cause problem, mayhem in Africa, but more so West Africa, because it is in the interest of West and Europe that Nigeria, even if we have to disintegrate, we have to do it in peace. Because averagely, let's take 200 million as population. If 100 million tore into West Africa, the economy of West Africa will collapse in 1 week. In 1 week, the economy will collapse. Just even half of the population alone. So the world will not stand for that. So when we start katakata amongst ourselves, I think they will come in immediately and say, look, talk to yourself while we moderate this talk and arrive at a solution. Because the way I see it now, each and every one of us, we are threatening one another. I will show you. Resign. You stole the presidency. Oh, our people are in trouble. Being power, we are in hunger. Don't kidnap my people. Don't come to my territory. When it has gotten to the point where I suspect anarchy will just happen, something will trigger it. And that is when...
Do we actually need that? Do we need I think that country needs a moment of... We need a period of reckoning. Now.
That's what I was
we have to crescendo into something. So let's have it out and let's see where the chips lie.
But that's a roundable.
With all due respect, what are we talking about? Why are we sounding so negative tonight? Why?
Why wouldn't we, Adewale? Why?
I mean, we shouldn't get provoked to that point, Baba. We shouldn't. We've been on top of situation all this while. We shouldn't allow them, all those rhetoric to be the
it's not even so much this rhetoric. It's the culmination of endless decades of being weighed upon by these people, and then we make the adjustments, and then we push again, and then we adjust to them, and then when will our back be against the wall, and then we push back? Let's move it around a bit. Maybe you want to take the floor, BT, by responding to that and speaking to us for a while, and then we're going to Paddy.
Thank you so much, our host. Thank you, Baba, for that great submission. I'm going to be here just because of you, to listen to you talk about
it. Thank you, Biggie.
Just because of you. I saw what you did there.
I'm only going to speak because you spoke for me. That's the only reason I'm going to speak.
Nigeria never happened to
That is the only reason I'm going to speak. But let me keep it short so that other people can go on. I'll come back later. But on the daily thing, by the way, Wama, did you see my link that I put on the?
Yes, I saw it. I'll work on it.
It's very important because he's one of those very smart guy, but it's just very mischievous guy. So you can bring him on so you can question him on your show. But to start off with Dele, I mean, what the bloody hell was that? I didn't even see the crying part when I was watching in the morning. I didn't watch the entire thing, but I saw him. But I didn't know it was Obarajeto yet. But like we usually say, humans, we tend to individualize our success and kind of share our problem. So when it's going good for us, it's us, right? But when it's bad, it's everybody. So him using the word "we," it's our problem. It's we. We did not write the book, Wama. Wama, did you help him write the book? Anybody help him write the book? Baba, did you help him write the book?
I did not even proofread.
I didn't know it came on my blind side.
What is all this we and we? You wrote a book. Somebody claimed that you defamed them, and you appear in court, defend your book, right? That is your integrity, right? Defend your integrity, defend the sources. That means you must show sources. You must show your sources. Then you go and defend your book in the court of law. So why are you crying big bitty online? What was
40 pages? 40 pages of the book.
So
it sounds as though you bought it. Dewale, have you bought it?
It's not. I mean, 40 pages is not that much to interpret in the court. You just say, page 1, this is what I meant, my lord. Page 2, this is what I meant. Page 3, and then.
Dewale, hold on, because you must provide proof now. You must cite your source. You must show where you got the information from, if it's credible or not. You must even invite people in. So it's on him to prove that. It's not on the guy. So he has to do that. So and trying to elicit this emotions in us, by creating all these like poignant stories, like Oh, just very poignant, very emotional. No, it's not. I'm sorry, one man. That didn't work on me. In fact, it was annoying to watching him do that. I was pissed. Like, why would you?
You see women do that a lot, actually. When they are
Yeah.
guilty of a situation, they turn on the waterworks and then the sympathy goes.
Yeah, it was. There was no need for him to do that. Just go to court and defend your book. That's what you have to do. And like you said, one man, I don't know if you've added is bail condition or not, but because I read somewhere that he wasn't supposed to even talk about the case online or in the media space. So I will let the legal expert on the platform talk about that later. So that one's also an issue. So I don't know what the whole game is here, but that was pathetic. I don't know what that point is. To Waziri Adio question, the Green Line Lagos Mail Line project, the federal government is matching the funds. Okay, they're going to match the fund. They are building a 60-kilometer rail line, right? So they're only matching the part for the first phase.
Yeah, but the query is that it's not a federal project; it's a state project. So why is the federal government matching funds for Lagos State project?
Why not?
And then they have to do it for all 36 states.
They do no one man. It's something that happened with the Lekki Deep Sea Port. The way it works is you as a state governor, you will bring up some amount in the project, right? Then you look for foreign investors. Then the federal government then will match your own fund. That's the way it works. What happens is other governors are too lazy to find foreign investors to partner with and to even search for funding. So federal government is like okay, look at what's happening with the Akwa Ibom deep sea port. That was the reason why I gave you that man's link. Watch that video. Do you know why they've not built that seaport? Because there's a court case about funding for that project from the state government and the federal government. So it's not the federal government's fault that they don't want to help other states. You have to find your own foreign partner first. Come up with your own fund, then they will match. That's the way it works. So, but they want federal government to just come out there and just pay for the whole thing. It doesn't work that way. No government in Nigeria is going to come and build you a $5-6 billion port anymore. It doesn't work that way. So, the governments are the ones that are lazy. That's the problem. You can't blame the federal government on that. So, Lagos made a move, right? A bold step to create Green Line. They brought in their own foreign investors from China. They raised the capital. And the federal government is matching the capital. The same thing that they helped them with the red line, right? They helped them with the red line. They're sharing tracks. It's a joint partnership. That's what we should be doing in Nigeria. You help me, I help you. It makes their job easier at the federal level if you can think for yourself at the state level, right? So that's what they're doing. So they want the same thing in the north where the FD should just do everything. Where is your own counter funding? Where are your own foreign investors? Have you made the move? You see some Olu everywhere, jumping up and down globally, going up and down, looking for investors. That's the way it's supposed to be. So, and also we need to stop doing this where because somebody comes from a part of the country, they can help their own region or their own state. That thing really affected OBJ. He wasn't smart enough to smell the BS. If I come from Ogun,
was that not one of the biggest criticisms we leveled against Buhari, though, that he weighted too heavily towards his region?
No, there's a difference between them two. Okay, it's just 18 months of Tinubu. Already. They are doing Lagos.
Half $1 trillion. It rebuilds the Qatar Bridge, the Third Mainland Bridge. It's building a super highway. It's building them a real. In 18 months, by the time it's done, they will turn Lagos to Dubai.
One man, the same you would then complain that Lagos is getting all this fund that everybody's sharing, right? For VAT and taxes. Lagos is a very vital, it's very critical state for Nigeria. We know that. We know how important the state is. Of course, they're going to need more resources. They're going to need more funds from everybody benefits from Lagos. So it's a very peculiar state. But my point is that this idea that somebody comes from a country or from a state that we should not help them. How dare you help your Bible because you're OBJ? Then to prove that you love Nigeria, you didn't abandon them or you just give them little scraps. No, Lagos is also Nigeria too, right? Are they Mexicans in Lagos? They're also Nigerians too. So I don't understand the game this guy is playing. And my God, is 24 for God's sake. See, at the better game, for 27 already. It's barely a year and a half. Maybe it starts or next year now. But 24 already playing the game for the next election cycle. I don't understand that. And like Baba said earlier, we need to have that conversation about everything in that country. Resource control, about funding, policing has to be tabled. Now, my worry about what Baba said was the trigger, because it said anarchy. Only by Milo, which is what he didn't want to say. But that's going to happen if what he's saying is true. That's going to happen. If anarchy, then you're going to have lots of lives. I don't want that. So let's have some kind of conference and people can sit down and hash out their issues here, because this is not. It's time to get annoying, to be honest with you. You played was it a Twitter from the look about woman, that Mogalu's wife, right?
Marianne, yes.
Yes. Like Lagos has now become for everybody to say, oh, I can't feed my child, it's Lagos' fault. We can't get any fund anywhere, it's Lagos' fault. So Lagos is now the poster boy, it's not the target for everybody now. So it's not fair to Lagosians now. It's not fair to them. So because you can't get a seaport, it's Lagos' fault. You can't get airport, it's Lagos' fault. You can't fund it, it's Lagos' fault. Lagos is even going to lose more money from the proposed tax bill. Are they complaining in Lagos? Are they complaining in Rivers? They are making right now. Lagos is already making adjustments. This is what we call being proactive as a governor. Even without the bill passing 1 month, they're already making their own adjustments. But
that VAT is something though. It looks as though a fast one is being played on also, because what was taken with one hand was given with another. They gifted them the right to collect to levy tax on gambling at state level.
Yeah, but
and the 80% of gambling is in Lagos State now. And maybe in the south as well. But
I wouldn't say
one man, even at that. What stops Kaduna with that heavy population or Kano opening up gambling joints? After there are people are doing it in Lagos.
It's Aram now.
Oh, it's Aram.
Okay. You can't think you want the money from something that you don't want to indulge in doing. You don't want A, but you want the money from A. Where's winning? No, we can't keep doing this, man. So you can't complain for somebody progressing. And it's always been an issue in Nigeria where you get somebody back. If you don't want to grow, it's okay. Stay in your lane, but don't drag everybody back. That's my problem. If you want to stay in that area.
But BT, you know what? This president is even saving them, because that case at the appeal court at the moment, if they drag it for the VAT up to Supreme Court, Lagos and Rivers State will win for the rest of the South.
But I think it's already in Supreme Court.
It has left appeal. Who won in appeal?
I think it's a Supreme Court already now.
Do you know what I want? If I'm Tinubu,
sorry, Wike won in the appeal court. Yeah, but carry on with
it. If I'm Tinubu, I will pull that bill and I'll push that Supreme Court case. Let Rivers and Lagos get their money.
But that is why Tinubu told them to go and talk to the Attorney General now.
I mean, this is ridiculous now. Look at the table. What do you bring to the table? Like we asked all these modern women, what do they bring to the table? Somebody will bring 100 million to a month to the table, and they get it for 5 billion a month.
How do those modern women answer when you say, what do you bring to the table?
One man, I'm a married man.
They say, I am the table. That's what they use. They say, I am the table.
One man.
One man.
One man. Wonderful. Anyways, but my point is this. How can you generate barely little to nothing? And you're getting almost 7,000% every month. So, don't you have any shame? I mean, just do something.
BT, there's nothing like it to do when it comes to national cake.
Okay, I get one to do, but as a man, as a people, it's a thing of pride to say, okay, I'm contributing this. This is what we are making move to progress, to evolve, to grow. I mean, I don't get, okay, Arrow, okay, stay there, grow, but don't drag me back now. You see the point?
That is my point, BT. If you don't, so bo lawyer go me. That's as we say in Yoruba language.
And you be the one telling me you can't do this. Okay, look at the tax bill now. You say you are opposed to it. Where is your own proposal? We don't, Baba, just anything? You don't like something? Give me something else to look at. Can't let them go, give something now. Give something else. I mean, who are these people now? We can't keep doing this. If you don't want A, show me B. If you don't want B, show me C, Abi. Then we will discuss it. But just because we favor you, or it will favor you in the long run if you have thinking government.
BT, can I say something about that tax bill? I have some people, some friends that are, that in that line of work. The VAT is actually the aspect of the tax bill that will favor them. The aspects of the tax bill that will not favor them, they've absolutely ignored it. Like one man said, that tax bill is this element of giving one hand and take away as well. There's elements of actually giving 10 cents and taking away 50 cents in that tax bill. They've absolutely ignored it, and they are focusing on the element of the tax bill that would actually give them more than they are currently getting. The VAT aspect of the tax bill is beneficial.
Okay,
to many of these states.
I don't. So let me. Okay, so this is my issue with what you just said right now. Their leaders, some can benefit or they're just lying to their people on purpose for political gain.
There's elements of the tax bill to deal with inheritance tax.
No. Aro, answer my question. I'm asking you. You said that thing actually benefits them. I want to do only one best. Someone will benefit you or the uncle life for people.
Well, the VAT aspect is absolutely evident. You have to be absolutely.
So why are they not telling that will benefit from buying?
Because this gentleman that one man loves from Borno State.
Mm-hmm.
He came over here and he said something that I absolutely agree with. It's a political matter. Individuals that are losing political relevance, they need to so it's a matter of using this as a way of whipping up sentiments for political gain.
So you are playing politics with the life of their own people. So we know they don't. Okay, don't let me go that far. Let me see what
all right. Ask that question and then BT start to bring it home.
Okay.
I'm going to move it around fairly quickly so that people are not waiting too long. Yeah.
So to wrap it up, at some point, Tinubu has to be tougher than he's been. He has to be very firm, and he has to be very even bold, than he's ever been. He has to be very firm. And like I've said to you before on this platform, we all know what the next step is if this tax reform passes. We know the next step is resource control. We know that everybody knows that's the next step. So he needs to be firm on this one and push these things through.
And you know what? They already got that memo in advance, BT. If you remember the law of the seas, a few months ago when they came out to say we had 300 nautical miles advantage because of their population. So the oil actually belongs to them. Didn't you hear that 3 months ago? One man played it here. Can you imagine that? They know this Madaru arithmetic and things like that. At times, I give them credit for manufacturing that kind of sense.
When they use
they have very fertile mind.
Money from the north to build Lagos. Where that come from? Where's that light coming from? And
no, I don't blame them because they just go to the well in the South Delta. They pack the thing and sell and put the money in their pocket. What did they even do with the money?
So my own thing is to leave the conversation. I'll come back later. Is that I don't know because the South they appear to be on board with the bill. The West, of course. The East, I don't know the game they're playing. They did not spoken out yet about the bill. I mean, they are members of Congress. I know they support the bill in the Southeast, but their member parliament folks did not say them too much. So I don't know. But the concern is, Kini, I want middle belt. What is their position on this bill? I've not heard anything from them, and I've seen them.
No, they are supporting it. They move Tawa awards. The Benue man earlier, the Plateau. Kwara already is in the
So this is going to pass. It's going to pass.
It's going to pass. The president said, "I'm ready to butt heads with anybody." That was his last statement in that media chat.
That
go to the end
already. Forget about it. People go to pass.
So my own to wrap up one man. What I really want to see after this is the Cocoa for next year, which is control of resources and state policing. That is the
one man. State police is good as gold as well.
That one too,
yeah, state police is good as gold.
Look, BT, you know what's going to happen soon. I'm predicting this within the next 30 days. Somebody being goaded by the presidency will come up with a list of all the oil wells in South and Niger Delta, and they will publish the owners, and you will see how that thing is skewed. I think that will wake up the Niger Delta and South people.
Going towards the fight for
Baba, that is not going to happen.
It would even me, small me here, infinitesimal man me. I can line up that thing and put names to it.
All right, gentlemen, let BT bring it home. We're going to Paddy. Paddy, Ekene Dewale, Emeka joins us. Arogedigba is with us as well.
So thank you, one man. Dele should go and sit down. Pull of face, Joe. To that on Dale. Majolo Muwenye. Nobody there.
Because you spoke, Abi.
No, BT, please write him a referral.
Only in his Zanas. I'm a joke.
Only that very
only okay.
All right, but so that's BT, of course, the elegant man. So from BT to Paddy, after a long hiatus, he rejoins us. So good to see you, Paddy. Compliments of the season to the conversation, your contribution, Paddy. Paddy, Paddy. All right. I'm not sure if Paddy is fully with us yet. Maybe it's in the middle of something. We go on to a Ken. Oh, no, there you are. So good to have you, Paddy.
Yeah. Compliments of the season, everyone.
Same to you.
Yeah. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going good. All the better for you being here.
Right. There really isn't much conversation. I just wanted to hang in with the men tonight. Dele Farotimi is a huge joke. I think I saw the video on X and I found it pretty hilarious.
Paddy, speak for me. Paddy, speak for me now. Paddy.
So that Nigeria doesn't happen to you, Abi. So speak for you.
Exactly.
So Nigeria doesn't.
I don't even know what it means on Nigeria. Happens to you. It's shameless. I mean, this is someone who is always very vocal. Always quick. He's like the the obedience one video. Always there to cause rancor, and then now that they've held him accountable for his own vices. He's a provocateur, as I'll place him. And then the moment they've asked him to be accountable, a guy is coming out to cry. He knew what he was doing. He knew he's professional enough to know some of the consequences that would happen to him if he went that route. The good part is he's made some money. His book has sold. That's a plus. There's enough money to be made, but I suspect that he's doing this all for political sympathy. So the likes of Choma will be sending about $1,000 to him. He's going to raise some funds. He will keep wailing and crying. People will have empathy towards him, and then he will tell them he needs to make some settlements, and they'll gather money and then they'll give to him. And just like VDM, 150 million will disappear. And I think, and this is probably where I probably will go a tad tribal. I think one of the things that Dele Farotim represents, it's one thing that I detest the most when it comes to people who want to be politically correct. So you can come from any ethnic stock. I mean, however it is, it's not even by choice. It's how you were born. It's your ancestry. And I like people who take pride in what they have or who they are, whilst wanting to either pander or be empathetic towards other people. So I'll give an example. Let's say I'm an Ibira man or a TV person, and I'm feeling empathetic towards someone from Bokom or wherever, or, from just any other tribe, maybe a Bogo person or a Nupe person. I don't need to denigrate my people for me to prove to other people that I love them. And I think that's one thing I'm getting for lots of Dele Farotimi and many of his ilks. People who, for you to, I think it's something that I've observed in many Yorubas in the obedient, not all of them, but quite a sizable amount of Yorubas in the obedient space. For you to prove that you're obedient, you must first denigrate yourself as a Yoruba person. I don't understand that logic. I can love myself.
What you just said there, Paddy. I see it especially on one particular platform. I'm not going to mention the platform's name, but I see it a lot. People, you can enjoy that space without denigrating. But I recognize what you're saying there, Paddy. Carry on. Sorry.
It's utterly ridiculous. And it's almost as though your only entrance is insult yourself first. You must first insult the entirety of your tribe. You must first insult the entirety of the ethnic stock. Then you now declare, then we will accept that you are indeed a real obedient. And I don't know where it's coming from, because the other obedience from the other side don't do it. I've almost never heard what do we call it? Someone from the central, the north central, or someone from Benue or Plateau or Nasarawa will first condemn their tribe first before they prove that they're obedient. I've never heard it. I've never had someone from Edo first say Edo people are XYZ before they say they're obedient. I've never heard someone from Delta State do the same thing. Why must a Yoruba person first condemn? I mean, you can have all the animosity towards APC as a party. You can have all the angst towards Tinubu as a president. But Yoruba is who you are.
But Paddy, that's the entry fee now. That's the entry. That's the ticket to get in.
And it's not. I mean, I saw what's it called? Obi Kubana say he will come and pay Dele Farotimi's bond to what end? In Boloti Padera, like where did they meet each other from? But simply because that's who you identify with. And I see them with the Jajen or Drew, and quite a sizable chunk of them. You have to first condemn your people. Now it's crime. Now the same people that you've denigrated, now they've now shown you that. And here's the thing: the Afebabasola person too, we is or wasn't obedient. So it doesn't take anything from you. If you're wrong, you're wrong. And I think it's also one of the things that I feel like obedience do is that they almost don't even have a standard anymore. It's like a cult. If you're against something, be against that thing through and through. You can't be saying, "Oh, I'm against this," but when it's one of us,
yes, there's no nuance in their narrative.
Even Choma said it this night. Oh, the Queen can, we don't know who she voted for. If she voted for Obi, then we'll fight for her. If it is wrong, it is wrong. Then that means you guys don't even want the new Nigeria. You just want your own version of the old Nigeria. As you guys speak, you just want to be the same set of chaos. I mean, I know Choma is just one person, and she also represents the entirety of obedience. But I know there are many people who also think like her.
Addy, why are you always saying my name? Like,
because I heard you speak. I mean, I haven't engaged you before.
You know why he's saying your name? There's this program in the UK.
Honestly, his whole submission. His whole submission is Choma.
That's what's going on.
Imagine. So I'm just like, I'm your whole submission. Just talk about me then. Just tell me how beautiful I am. Because
Wow.
I haven't seen your face before. I mean, but nonetheless, so here's the thing, yeah. As much as we are, I think I'm only using you as a sample data. Everyone cannot always relate. If I mention a random Instagram handle or Twitter handle, X handle, people might not get it. But I'm using what you said tonight as a yardstick for me to land my point. But I think everyone gets it. But anyways, but to that point, I think I'll just leave it like that. Miriam Mogalu, one man, yeah, something that I probably I've observed and noticed in the last 1 year or 18 months or 2 years, in 2022, is that what I always thought life was, or what I always assumed Nigerians were, or Southern Nigerians were, is not what it has come to be. I think there are very many people who have this implicit, I thought maybe some level of implicit bias, but I think it's some sort of unexpressible envy towards a certain kind of people, towards what they claim or what they represent, and then they found an avenue to express it. How dare is someone like Miriam Mogalu say what it was that she said? That's what she said, invest in Lagos at your peril. A Lagos that you would choose not to leave, a Lagos that that you thrive in. Now, I mean, so it's almost as though, and I think one thing that many of them, and I'm going to be specific, many Southeasterners in particular, not all, but very vast majority of them, who are always quick to denigrate Lagos, think that they're trying to be like a reverse envy or reverse psychology of, well, it's not a big deal.
I think you have to add the addendum. I think you have to add the addendum that that's a minority but vocal group, because the abundance of you'll be surprised. You know what always frustrates me, Paddy, is that we have the amplified amplified output of a vociferous minority, but then because they're so vociferous, they then color the entirety, but then you have the silent majority who often instances, you can even look at the Biafran agitation, Yoruba nation, the vast abundance of people don't want this, but they are very quiet in their not wanting it. So the loud voices then seem to take the center stage, and they seem to be representative of the general will. So I wouldn't say quite the Southeasterners. I'll say vociferously.
One man can't do that. Do you know I can't do that? Look at what happened with the case of the Sharia thing. Yoruba people spoke against that. They came up and spoke against it. The problem is the so-called good ones don't speak against that. So if you're not speaking up against that, that's the problem. We speak up against it. They don't.
Being quiet is complicit, and I think, I mean, it's a good point. Yeah, I'll be here. I was going to say to one man, I very much disagree with you. It's, look, you can push back. Like, there's nobody who's going to hold you down. I mean, these are people who pride themselves for being confident. These are people who pride themselves for not cowing to anyone. We don't bow to anyone. We are Republicans. We are this. We are that. We don't fear anybody. But you fear yourself. So as far as I'm concerned, if the louder voice is not the pushback, look at people like Obi Ezekwesili. That woman only comes out when something happens and is done by a Yoruba person. Once it's a Yoruba person that does something or something, that's when she comes out. She has never slandered anyone. I mean, she's coming out at Abike Dabiri for questioning something that had to do with the unable person. They always come out. Same thing with Peter Obi. At what point, and then you see comments and likes and retweets under such posts. At what point do we say we are one people? At what point do we have fellow Nigerians who will say, you know what, Lagos is doing something so right. How can we learn from these people and improve the same thing in our own space? It's not going to take anything away from you, rather it's going to improve you. But rather than take that cue from, look, one man, at some point it was happening. At some point we had governors who were coming to Lagos to ask how they did their tax reform. At some point, we were having governors from Pan Nigeria who were coming to Lagos to ask how they run their what's it called, their Loma and Lasuma, their trash collection, their traffic coordination, their everything. We had people coming. Suddenly, we're having the same denizens come to Lagos, and the first thing they do is
Do you know
Lagos
that the much maligned Alpha Beta actually has a presence in about 6 states in Nigeria, and I think one other African country as well, because they've come to sample the model and ask them to come and replicate it in their spaces.
It's a working model. Like, it's a working model. We have. Do you know in a particular state where they are revering the governor in 2024, some states in some part of Nigeria that I won't mention are just clearing trash in 2024, and the people from that state are always the first to say Lagos is a smelly place. The people from that area are the first to always say that nobody should invest in Lagos. And I'm saying, look, we all can have Lagos as a model place, and everyone can learn from it. If you were quick to denigrate what's being done somewhere, look to her point, to Miriam Mohalu's point, she indeed says yes, it's a collective effort. There are so many amazing brains, but I also know one thing for a fact, one man. There's nobody, absolutely no human being, that picked up a Ghana Must Go bag or a box or a portmanteau to say, I'm traveling to Lagos to go and help them improve that place. Everybody that came to Lagos came for opportunities. Everybody. And then if you say, look, we've done this thing, the first thing they'll do is, and I'm saying this because I'm a Lagosian. Sometimes it just irks when I hear people denigrating the very minimal effort that have been carried out. The first thing they first do is to first trash it, slander it, call everybody idiots, curse me, curse my ancestry, and then when we say, okay, well, we did this, no, it's not your fault, it's not you, it's the federal government. So that same federal government that did Lagos, how come that federal government cannot do it somewhere else again? All of a sudden. Or those same people that say, we developed Lagos, those same people, that magnanimity they used to build Lagos, how come they can't do it anywhere else again? How come it's only that same place you're able to do it? It's not going to take anything away from you.
Paddy.
Hold on,
Paddy, I beg you to stop this nonsense. Paddy,
hold on, Ekene. Ekene, can you hear me? Ekene, hear me. I was actually just. Can you not? Can anyone hear me? Can you hear me, Ekene? I was actually just.
Why is this guy talking like uneducated? What are you saying?
Ekene, hold on. Just before you unmuted, I was going to unmute to say, Paddy, bring it home, and then we go to Ekene. So let him bring it home, and then you can slash back at what he's saying. Yeah, Paddy, bring it home. I think Ekene, you are starting to rankle Ekene. I did try to preempt it actually because I thought it was waiting too heavily. It was like an anti-Southeastern or something, but bring it home, Paddy.
I mean, the shoot fit on, man. I haven't called out anything. I'm only saying, speak well of where you reside. Speak well of where you pray in the morning and say, God, bless my hustle. You are praying for that hustle on a particular place.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Paddy. Should a non-indigenous resident of Lagos is a non-indigenous resident of Lagos allowed to be critical of the facilities there, of how the place is being run?
Of course.
So why are you then leveraging their ethnicity to push back at them when they're critical?
So because I understand that criticism is not sincere, it's not genuine.
Is Lagos not dirty? Was she wrong to say that Lagos is Lagos not dirty? Lagos is dirty.
It is dirty.
And we want it to be a global city. So she's quite right in that
Yes, but I would love for somebody who calls Lagos dirty to also call Jos dirty, to also call Asaba dirty, to also call Abakaliki dirty, because those places are also dirty.
Yeah, but those are not the jewels in the crown of the Nigerian state. Now, Lagos is the pearl in the crown of the Nigerian whatnot of the Nigerian entity.
So acknowledge it.
So Lagos is our presentation to the world now. Lagos and Abuja. That's our presentation to the world, not Abakaliki.
Yeah, so acknowledge that pearl. Acknowledge that pearl and work together to get it better. Because here's the thing, you can't say somewhere is dirty when you are the one who took trash from your house to go and loiter the place. You can't say that this is dirty when they ask you to clean it up and they refuse to clean it up. You can't say it's dirty when you're not doing your own barest minimum civic duty or responsibility. You can't, then you don't have the right to say it's dirty. I saw a video yesterday of somebody who was on a train track, who made a video on a train track. I mean, on train track, they were selling cloth, selling just about everything. I don't know if that you probably saw that video. The video was probably came out
I saw it as well. Actually, it's very dangerous. Yeah,
it's very dangerous. But do you know one man? The government has chased them away from that same place multiple times. But the same people now, somebody will now, I mean, God forbid, there'll be an accident there. Guess who will be the first people that they're going to slander? The government. And that's where I speak to. We all know what's good and what's bad. So the mouth you use to slander and focus on the land, focus on the denizens, focus on the people, so that things can get better. Once Lagos is better, Ondo will get better. When Ondo is get better, just will get better. That's the only way I feel we can grow as a country. But if everyone's focused on slandering the one that is doing the, do you know one man? Do you remember when that food? This food hub that the Lagos State government made in Mushi? When that food hub came out, that food hub raked over 2 billion naira in its first year.
Yes, I saw that report. I saw that report come out. Was it yesterday or today? Yes.
Yeah, just one in Mushi. Imagine if you replicated that across other states. Across other parts of Lagos, which is being done already. Now imagine if other states also replicated the same thing. But guess what? The same people we're talking about that were the first to slander it. Do you know we won't have people? Not this one's not even tribe matter, just normal human beings who will go to those markets, buy from inside, and then go and sell outside at a higher price. So those are the things that I see and hear and say, and I'm wondering, why are we focused on the bad so bad? Why do people say, "May Nigeria not happen to you"? Why do people say those things? And I'm at the point where I've soaked in many of these negativities where you can't blame me for wanting to have an outburst at some point. I mean, and the first thing that Ekene is telling me is I speak like a bad-educated person. What am I saying here that is very difficult for anyone to understand? That when you open your shop in Alaba, clean the place when you're done. You won't clean it, then they'll close your shop. Oh my God, they're closing Alaba because we are Igbo people. Don't say such things. We know the reason why it's being done. I'm only giving an example to Ekene specifically. But so that's what I'm calling it. I'm not calling out any no. I'm not saying any tribe is bad. I'm just saying that there's a point where people will get exasperated. There's a point you push people to the point where they'll start pushing back at you. I don't, and this has been an argument. I don't think there's ever a point where very many Yorubas started shouting and clamoring, "Stop slandering where we live." We never said that. But the last 2 years, that rhetoric is so loud, and it's usually a response. If you like somewhere, defend that place, pray for that place, help that place develop, and then your place will develop as well too. That's my point, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you. So I can apologize. I didn't want to stop you then to push back against him, but I wanted to manage the time because so many people on the screen now. So now the floor is now yours. You may choose to respond to. I think you are almost certainly going to, and then go on to the talking point. So Ekene, the Jagaban of Alaba markets. Ekene, you're up next. Ekene. Now we want you to speak. There you are. Yes.
Good job.
Wait till they talk with vex you. Wait till they talk with vex you.
The guy just vex me, honestly speaking. I couldn't.
Can not vex. Give me 5 seconds, I beg out of your time. Let me joke with Oga in the comment section. Nigeria should ban same tribe marriage. Oga now, have we asked why Abraham sent the chief of staff to go to his place in village to go look for wife for Isaac? That's a thought for you. Carry on, Ekene. Thank you.
A guy from Togo now. He's not a Nigerian. Did you know that? If you're Togolese.
Abraham shall send person go in village, go find wife for Isaac. Why not find wife for where he did?
All right, can the floor is yours.
So one man, I honestly don't know what Paddy is trying to do this night. I don't know whether he's trying to create a more ethnic problem than on the already existing one we are trying to cure. And that's why most of the time I don't really draw a lot of knowledge from people like him. Most of the things he said this night, he's trying to cause more, he's trying to put more fuel on fire, on already existing fire. So, but I don't blame him, sure. because I couldn't see any point that he made there.
And we've been trying to move away from those ethnic sort of, because I don't think it serves us in any way, all those ethnic sessions. But carry on, yeah.
You gave him time to portray that.
No, I have to let him speak. Oh, you know, so like I'll let you speak, but carry on, yeah.
You gave him time to portray that, and I'm happy that he did what he wanted to do. You know, for me, I live in Lagos. You understand? I know what Lagos look like, and I don't criticize Lagos, but that doesn't mean that Lagos is almighty, that nobody will criticize it and say what is in his mind, wherever you are coming from. You understand? If Paddy wants to confirm whatever he say, let him come to Lagos now and stay. Nobody's in Lagos now. Everywhere is dry. I'm still in Lagos now. No activity is going on. I couldn't even go to any party. I couldn't go anywhere. No nightclub is moving. No hotel is working in Lagos as I'm talking to you now. It's a force. If you don't know, it's a force. People made it to happen. So if you're afraid to give credit to that, I will do that. People made it to happen. And those guys are in their villages now, from Enugu, from Anambra, from Imo, from Ebonyi, from Abia State, enjoying themselves, hoping to come back in the next January to continue the activities. And if you are ashamed to say that, I will say it. I will join them very soon. No beer parlor is working in Lagos as I'm talking to you now. No hotel. You can easily get a cheap hotel in Lagos now. No vehicle on the road. Ojo Road that used to be closed or very busy from morning till night. You can easily walk on the road now. Nothing everywhere is just so dried up. If you want to confirm it tomorrow, I send you a video. I can't even go out. You understand? It's a force and people made it to happen. So if you are ashamed to acknowledge that, I'll be bold to say that Southeast are real Nigerians. Do you understand? So don't come here and say what you cannot do for yourself and other people are doing it for you. So if a man, I always take pride on what I do. So most of the time, if you say you want to do this, Southeasterners do this, Southeasterners do this. Me, I know what is going on within my space and I know what we are capable to do. And it's not on my right to come here every day to brag about it. But if you want us to brag about it, we'll brag about it. Do you understand? Come to Alaba and see what is going on. How much can you contribute here? All the shop in the Alaba market is going down. In Alaba market today, all the shops are going down. Being elected to one Dekin, new international Alaba market, new modern market. It's not your money. It's not Lagos State money. After the whole work is being done, I will send you a video. It's not your money. It's not Lagos State money. And I don't see any Yoruba man in that space doing it. High level drainage. My shop paid 10,000 naira for it. High level drainage. Trying to put that space in order and make it work for you. And you collect the revenue and chop. And when you come here, you see them as nothing. Tell me who in your space can do it in another man's region. Tell me. Do you have the mind? Can you make such investment?
If you have the mind that you can make such investment, go to Southeast and pick a particular environment there and develop it and make it a market. When you come here, what you do is just to provoke other people to say what they don't want to say. You think it's about speaking good English and making good grammars. It's about showing works. Come and see works by yourself. Doing more than 2,000 shops at a spot. It's not a my. New buildings going up in Alaba market. It's not a joke. And after that, you have almost close to 5,000 shops added. It's for Lagos State benefit. So if you don't want to give them kudos, I give kudos to the Southeasterners. They are real developers. Go and hit your head on the wall.
Let me align myself with what you just said. Apart from the hit yourself head on the wall, there is no gainsaying, and this is not even me pandering. There is no gainsaying that the contribution of the Southeast to Lagos State is probably only second to the indigenous people in terms of the growth of that space. You know, a lot of the estates being built in Lagos State, you say they are entrepreneurs, but they are building it. Fantastically beautiful estates, a lot of it Southeastern money. And Alaba market, as you said, the preeminent market in the entirety of Africa. Given that land was given barren and virgin by Jaconde, and the edifice that it is now, the wonder and spectacle that it is entirely down to the Southeast. So, and what it contributes to the GDP is no mean feat. So nobody can belittle the contribution of the Southeast to Lagos. I don't think anybody can or anybody is, but there it is, again.
One man, I really don't want to speak like this, but somebody made me to do so.
I know now. Of course, right.
I took very pride in doing that this night because I know what my people are capable of. It's just that most of the time I don't want
clap
to speak
for yourself. Look, we don't say you take pride. Yeah, clap. Well.
So, Baba, leave me alone. No. Leave me alone. No. I just want to commend my brother Dele Farotim. That's what I want to do this night. You know,
your crybaby Padima, your crybaby Rastafarian.
Many people can hate him or cannot align with him because of many reasons. You see, he said a lot of things that I love so much. You understand? They divided us. Because even me today, as an Igbo man, there is no way I will see Dele Farotim that I will not bow to him. Forget that I don't bow to any man. This man deserves my respect, honestly speaking. He earns it. An upright man, and I used to say it wherever I am. It's not even because he supported P2B. He has never started supporting P2B before I started following him. So he always stand on his word. So I don't care whatever you guys said he did, because most of the time, these our elders need to be flushed out. If I sleep and wake up and see most of our elders, the way they behave, I just say, most of them are the problem of this country. So we need people that will really talk to them. If many of you guys cannot talk to them because you feel you want to give them respect, then just keep quiet. Let the people that can talk to them, talk to them. And I found Dele Farotim as one. An elder cannot be so mischievous as we have today. We have a lot of mischievous elders everywhere around Nigerian space who cannot even stand up for the truth. They only say the truth when it benefits them. Forget about the money. There is an Igbo that says a good name is better than wealth. It's even in the Bible. So this man has a good name, both in the eye of the most Yoruba people, in the eye of the Southeasterners, in the eye of Hausa men, in a lot of spaces. He has a good name, and he is building that for himself. He's building a legacy. And many people here come here just because they can speak English and want to condemn an upright man. It's not done that way. His respect is well recognized in every region of this country. At least. You understand? And I'm happy that my leader played a very vital role. It's not a Luther things. It's not a let's go and march on the street and go and be demonstrating and not doing all that. When somebody was doing a Luther for him, somebody went at the back and did all his best. Stand up with him, clear his stand on his bail condition. I've never seen him do so. But for him to do it for this man, I know that something is really right. That's Mr. P2B. And I'm happy. I'm very, very happy that he did that. I never knew he would do it. I'm very happy that he did it. And I commend him so much. So if you don't like it, leave it that way. We will always stand for him. I told you, if there was a platform that I knew that his money is being contributed on his behalf, I would do that because he deserves it. He speaks for every Nigerian. He speaks for every Nigerian. Very fearless. So I can understand his emotion. He felt loved. He never knew that if it was only people like AP, some supporters of Bola Tinubu, this man they would jail him forever. They had a very big plan for him to cut him out of the Nigerian space. And it's because of that experience that made him be this emotional. I never seen him in this way, in this manner. So leave the fight. We are getting some results. The results are coming out smoothly. This is my hero. You understand? If you are afraid to say the truth because you respect some people, or this person is from your region and another person is doing it, just keep calm and watch the result reveal itself. He's not afraid to say the truth. He's not like some people. This man has sacrificed enough, and I can see it. So Nigerians are sacrificing for him now. Nothing will make me see him as a Yoruba man. I always see him as a true Nigerian. And that's what he's saying. So if you are doing the right thing, the Nigerian people know that you are doing the right thing. And they always stand for you, no matter where you are coming from. So, Dele Farotimi, I wish him more. I wish him good health. I know that God will always give him more wisdom to do more for this country.
What about the crocodile tears, though? Did you say anything about the crocodile tears?
Nothing like crocodile tears. It's an emotional tears. He never knew that this love would come to him this way. Or can't you understand it? He's telling you, not because people stood for him, not because he's a Christian. Unisa Tanko was always there in the court. He's a Muslim. To represent our leader, Mr. P2B, every day that he's in the court. And once is the time for the bail condition to be met, my leader came out and said, it's over. Let's meet the bail condition. And they did it. You understand? So we are not afraid to stand for the righteous. We are not afraid to stand for the righteous. If it is for some people, we will not do that. It's a statement of fact. Just call it the obedience, call it whatever you want to call it. Call it our behavior, call it whatever you want to call it. But that is the obedience for you. We might not rule this country, but we'll make a change. We'll make an impact. But definitely, we'll get there. The agenda is not only to rule this country. The agenda is to set things right, change the narrative, and let all these people causing division know that they don't have anything to offer this country. They're being brainwashed, even though they are educated, to cause more division among your country, the country you say you love.
All right, start to bring it home, Ekene, and then we go on from you to, we don't appear to have Dewale anymore, so we go on to King Emeka next, Arokidegba, and Zeta.
Some one man just drop me, this the link in your message. I don't know. I'm trying to log with my other phone because this one is down. So, but
yes, I've dropped it. Yeah.
No, just drop it in on Facebook. I couldn't log with that one. I don't know why.
You mean drop it in the comment section?
Yes. So right. I'm okay, one man. Let me just leave it there, and I just pray that things get more better for us. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So along the way, now back with us, King Emeka here to wish us Christmas cheer. So Mekus, Otodometa.
Yeah, thank you, woman.
Your voice sounds as bad as mine. You know, have you been at the Christmas excesses as well?
No, I had cold over the holidays, but it's good to be in that recovery mode. And compliments
I
of
hope
the
you don't
season.
infect that little girl.
My son, why you keep
I hope you don't
her?
infect that little girl.
It's a boy.
It's a boy.
Okay, that little boy.
You know, it's usually the other way around. They'll bring the jams from their school and then infest the whole house. It's usually the other way around, isn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, I was the one who brought it. And Baba, I'm sorry to tell you, he also caught it from me. But anyway, with kids, right? They are stronger as they are building their immune system. So it didn't knock him the way it knocked me. That's by the way. Compliment of the season to everyone. I hope we had a great time during the Christmas holidays or whatever holidays you spend these days. I'm surprised and with the headline. The last time I joined, we were on this Dele Farotim, and it appears we are still on this situation. I've listened to the opinions of the valued panelists here. I respect everyone's opinion, even if I don't agree with it. Dele Farotim, this issue is a private issue. And I think we've brought politics into it, unfortunately, and we've made it a national issue. It's a private issue between two individuals. I think we should try as much as possible not to be biased. And having the right information is very key. I see how misinformation and disinformation can create tension, just like it did not quite long. But in my view, I just want to state for the record that this issue is a private issue. Afe Babalola is a respected individual who has worked hard for himself. Just a quick review of his life. He studied law from home through correspondence education, built his legacy, built his empire and his name, and is almost at the age where many of us would die or admire to be, right? Not everyone gets to live that long and even to be strong at that age. Just a few people, I think we could call the Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka to be among that group, and also the former president Olusegun Obasanjo. So what we are saying here, or from what I've heard, I'm not trying to want to rub salt on the opinions of others, is that people can go ahead to misbehave. And when they do, and when they are being called out, we should ignore the fact that Afe Babalola was defamed. Maybe we probably do not appreciate him that much, and I think maybe we don't, but it is okay. This man never held any public office. He is not the Nigerian government. Like, some of us who want to believe that we are being oppressed by the Nigerian government, which technically might be a fair, logical approach to victimhood, if we want to put it that way. But Afe Babalola is not our problem. The man is on his own. Somebody wrote a book and defamed him. According to Afe Babalola, and let's put ourselves in his shoes. If you've worked hard, if you've done things the right way, even when the odds are against you, you've worked hard, you've built your name, you've built your legacy, you've built your empire, and you're at the point where you are closer to your ancestors than continue to live, and someone is coming to tarnish that legacy that you've worked hard for. Are you expected to let it just go when you know clearly this is a lie? Are you expected to just ignore it because that is what I read in some opinion, widely heard in some corners or in some social media spaces? If you have been defamed and you think it's a lie, the law allows you to exercise that right, and that is what Afe Babalola has done. And him being a lawyer, this is a private matter between two lawyers. One should have known better, who decided to go and write a book without supporting evidence. Now he has written that book, and so the person who is involved says this is a lie. I have to go to court to clear my name. I have to go to court. If you think it's true, bring your evidence. Then we should also not forget that defamation, the two part of it, libel and what's the other one? Libel is a crime in Nigeria. That's what a lot of us are. Many people, many Nigerians who live in Nigeria keep putting their eyes in other countries' jurisdiction, countries' legislation, and what they are doing. They're not trying to learn their own laws. It's a crime in our country. We need to learn our laws. Forget what the United States is doing. Forget what Romanians are doing. Forget what Ukrainians are doing. Forget what the British are doing. It's a crime in Nigeria. If you don't like it, don't break the law. So, but when you've broken the law, you have to pay the price for it. That is what Dele Farotimi has done, and that is why he went to jail. The first question we need to ask ourselves is, why is he in jail? He is in jail because he has committed a crime under our penal code. We don't need to like it. If we don't like it, then we need to now tell the legislations that, no, we don't like this law, take it out. Then they cannot retract the law and draft something better that the entire majority of Nigeria wants. But it is a crime. He broke the law. That's why he's in jail. So since he's in jail, people now decided to make it a national issue and politicize the whole matter. I am happy. The last time I spoke, I said, I hope he comes out. I'm happy his bail condition has been perfected. But again, I watched his clip. I saw her, and I'm now seeing how manipulative he is. I know you are not supposed to speak on matters that are still in court. But this is not Nigeria happening to you. This is you making a mess of yourself. Nigeria didn't happen to you. Nigeria didn't write that book. You wrote the book. So why are you trying to be manipulative, shedding tears on something you brought on yourself? we shouldn't continue this way. And I'll be thinking some legal professionals or people who are not attached to this matter go to the media to set the record straight and call the BS that Dele Farotimi is doing. Because what he's trying to do is to steer the storm where it's not necessary, is to make this a national issue where it's not necessary, is to politicize the environment where it is not necessary. You wrote a book, you lied in your book. According to Afa Babalola, he went to the police, you were arrested, you went to jail, you went to court, and you are as someone, you are still presumed to be innocent. You have been bailed, but you are rushing to the media or you are rushing to social media to shed tears and say, oh, you saw me, I am not, because I am not Yoruba, I'm not this. My friend, you brought this on yourself. Stop this nonsense. We need to stop it. We need to stop it. That's for those of you who want to fall for the gimmick, go on. You want to soak on those lullabies, deceitful behavior. Continue. But for us who can see through the BS, we can see through the BS. That's why I came up to say this is a private matter between two private individuals, and they are both lawyers, and they are both Yoruba men. I haven't heard that they are from the same states. I stand to be corrected. I might be wrong if they are not from the same states. This is not a Nigerian problem. That's my 2 cents on this matter. It should not be politicized. Let him go prove his case in court. Bring your evidence. If you can't bring your evidence, then you created the problem. And I think he's also making matter worse for himself. If people who have been approaching Afe Babalola to, oh, Baba, calm down over this matter, and he's probably thinking twice. He might even have a rethink again and say, let's finish this matter to the latter, because if he can't prove his case, he will still return back to that prison. Because it's a criminal offense, whether we like it or not. He will still return back to that prison if he doesn't have evidence. So all these monkey tears he's shedding holds no water. He brought the issue on himself. He should have thought twice. He's a lawyer. If he was a tradesman, if he was a construction officer, if he was a politician, if he was a plumber, I would have said, okay, he doesn't know the law. This is a lawyer. And that's how stupid Dele Farotimi is. Thank you. I'll move on to the wife of, what's his name again? Moghalu. I think that woman has ruined his political career.
And I used to like, and I still do like Kingsley, actually. He's my favorite politician. My 2 favorite politicians are now Prince Adewale and Kingsley Moghalu. It used to be Kingsley Moghalu alone, but since Prince Adewale has been coming out now, you know him more,
She has ruined his political career. You see, there are some people who socially do not read the room, who, your husband has been, has presented himself on multiple occasions to be as a presidential candidate. He's not going to be the president of the Southeast. He's going to be the president of Nigeria. And that technically will put him as the leader of the nation. Now, if perchance, because on several occasions that the husband has run, if he was running against 12 candidates, that is a 0.12% chance of him being the president. So, which means she also has a 0.12% chance of being the first lady. So, if a first lady candidate or can express such kind of opinion, then I don't know. It's a careless statement. I don't know what the husband might be, what they would have been discussing, but I think the husband should straighten. His political is dead. Is dead. If you ask me, that's my opinion. I might be wrong, but it's dead. You don't make such kind of careless statement. It's as careless as it comes. And then again, I grew up in Lagos. My dad was a first generation immigrant from the Southeast to go to Lagos. I grew up in Lagos. I was born in Lagos. I grew up in Lagos, and I'm grateful to Lagos. We should appreciate the opportunity that Lagos provides. We are not going to develop the states. We are going there to make something out for ourselves because that state provides opportunity. So, what I would say to my fellow Igbo people is we must express humility all the time. You see, in the past, when we come up with our victimhood behavior, when we are running through, the victim Olympics, some tribes sympathize with us, but now I think some tribes are now beginning to call us on our BS. We should stop this behavior that we are developers. We are going there because we see that wealth opportunity that Lagos provides. That is why we are there. Else we would have built it somewhere else. So we must not denigrate a place that gives us our living or our livelihood. And we are not doing it as philanthropists. We are doing it because we believe, or we moved to Lagos because we believe Lagos is the best place in Nigeria where we think we can improve our standard of living. We should acknowledge that in our heart, else we would have stayed home and do it back home. Else, or we would have gone somewhere else. Lagos is not the only state. We have 37 states that I'm also including FCT. Some of us are also in Abuja because we think Abuja provides that opportunity. We would have done it in Akwa Ibom. We would have done it in Meduguri. We would have done it in Sokoto. But a lot of us think, Lagos is a place where we should go and see what we can gain from it. And the immigration to Lagos has not stopped. Every year, it keeps increasing. Like I said, I was born and I was raised. I raised in Lagos. I've been to several states. I think just a few handful other states that I've not gone to. So
Emeka, please.
Hold on. Nobody interrupted you when you were speaking. You spoke passionately. Please allow me to express my opinion. So I saw Lagos at its worst. At least I could mention areas. Go to almost please.
Go to other states in Nigeria, and you will see Igbo markets everywhere in Nigeria.
Let them be there. It's fine. Let them be there. They are in everywhere but in the southeast. Let them be there. They are not there they are there to make money. They are not there because they think
making it only Lagos.
So, can I thank you? I appreciate your opinion. It is well valued. They are not there. I just wanted you to know that they are not there as philanthropists. They are there to make money. So Nigeria offers us that opportunities to move as Nigerian citizens. Nobody is saying don't immigrate. But you don't go there to rub salt on the the indigenes of those places. You are not going there to give handouts. You are going there to provide either a service or a product that people there think they might want. They also have choices. They could prefer to go somewhere else to buy their stuff, but they say, okay, I want to patronize this individual, and I don't care where he's from. So let's not get to that point. We are there to make money. That's it. We are there to improve our standard of living, and it's a choice. So all this nonsense of being developers is crass mentality. And I think it's low life mentality. So let's put that to bed. Like I was saying, I've seen Lagos.
Okay, carry on. I wanted to take you to the still with Lagos, but this person interrogating the budget for 2025 and querying then why 146 billion will be used to counterpart fund something that's for Lagos State. The Lagos
Yeah,
State.
I was going to come to that.
No, I think it's a legitimate criticism. Yeah.
I was going to come to that too. I said, like, to backtrack back to my original opinion. I've seen Lagos at its worst during the, I think that's not first instance, the lorries. I don't know if many of us can remember the lorries. Then the Molues, that was the normal transportation, mode of transportation. The crowded stations in Lagos, in Orile, in Ikorodu, in Mile 2, in Mile 12, in Idumota, in Oshodi, where's this other place? Jibowu, where you take transport to go to any places, especially if you are going to the north. And I'm also seeing some improvement in it. The last time I was there, I couldn't recognize from the airport down to Oshodi anymore. Huge leap of development. And I think, yes, there might be some form of jealousy, which I have expressed openly on this platform, because Lagos is doing well in comparison to other states. And I think other states should emulate the good things Lagos is doing. I'm not saying Lagos is up there, but if we want to measure it internally, Lagos is far out of class with other states. Other state governors are just joking around. They are drinking Umo detergent in comparison to what the leadership in Lagos State is doing. Now, people can criticize and express their opinion. That's fair. But this model is not different. If you go, even in the United States, some states still get grants from the federal government. Some states still get some form of financial benefit from the federal government on programs. You could, for some of us who monitored the presidential election, you saw when the presidential candidate and now the presidential elect was talking about the water in California, and California is the biggest state in the United States, right, in the union. The water issues, was talking about how he wants to help out, if only the governor would come in line and let them work together. Also, if states are going in to borrow funds, the federal government can guarantee such funds, right? So the federal government in Nigeria is not going to run your affairs in your state. But when they see that you're embarking on programs, which they do not just for only Lagos states, if you're embarking on programs that has massive positive improvement in the lives of your state indigents or your state residents, and they think they can help, they would help. They've done it. Even if they've done it in agriculture, they've done it, they all do it all the time, especially when they are going to borrow funds. But what some state governors do, they borrow funds, they use it to for their own personal greedy needs. They don't come up with initiative. The only initiative they have is how to focus so much on politics, fight their opposition, create tension in their states, so that the opposition will be so weak and they continue to either remain in power or win the next election. They don't focus on governance. So if you are not focusing on governance and you are focusing on politics, how do you want the federal government to support you? Either you guarantee your loans when you are going to the international market to borrow funds, or how do you want the federal government to come in line into the program when you have no program at all? So the criticism holds no water. If Lagos State is doing something that will benefit Lagosians, and the federal government sees that it can support the success of that project, I employed the federal government to provide that
profit
lending.
from it also.
Exactly. And likewise, if Abia State is doing something that will benefit the residents of Abians, and the federal government sees they can key into it, or guarantee the loans that they might want to take, it should all go in. So I don't know why. I just think it's clear misguided criticism, and why we have our opinions. Some of them might not be the true state of things. What we should be focusing on is ensuring the collective progress and development of all states. And this is why when, I think was it Baba or BT was talking about that the next stage should be resource control. I think it should take a step further to states autonomy. All states should be responsible for themselves. I don't see even this fight about value-added tax. We're fighting about it. If you go to developed countries that we keep comparing all the time, we like to compare. We like the good things in the developed world, but when we want to implement it in our country, that is when we start shouting. In the developed world, each state is responsible for its sales tax. Whatever you sell in that state, they tax you. They are responsible for it. A state can say we want to tax 100%. A state can say it's 5%. A state can say it's 13%. But as long as you are selling it in that state, that proceed comes to them. So that's what we are trying to do here. But it's not even close. It's not even close. So with state autonomy, a lot of these useless, wicked governors, the limelight will be on them. If you see your states, not other states trying to do things, and you are still busy pursuing politics instead of governance, you only have yourself to blame. State autonomy is the way to go if we want to make that leapfrog that we should have done for over 23 years ago. If we want to do that, state autonomy is the way to go. We find some of the states in the north, now they've discovered rare minerals. They don't want to share anymore. That's fine. That's okay. But again, so many illegal activities going on there with international collaborators. State autonomy will be able to address that. In that way, the governor can decide, maybe in conjunction with the federal government, how that mineral resources can be tapped, processed for their states, and then maybe a certain portion coming to the federal government coffers. But state autonomy is the way to go. State policing to address insecurity issues in the country. That state policing, because each state has different. Yes, the crime rates may or the types of crime may be common, but the rates, the prevalent rates is quite different. So state policing would address state issues, state crime, and local crimes, and nip it in the bud. So this is my take on this, and I hope we finally, just to wrap up, let's take our time, right? Especially with headlines, to not be biased. Let's take our time to do our own independent research. Misinformation and disinformation can create a lot of problems. Please, so that we don't just get carried away with emotions and then based on misinformation, and then we are being misled. Thank you.
All right, Bilal, that's the excellent Emeka, of course. Nobody needs any introduction to Meko. So, maintaining still the excellence level, almost certainly asleep. I'll call her now, and you hear the sounds of snoring. Zita, you're up next. I told you so. It doesn't take long for Zita to nod off. So we go to Aro Gidigba, who hopefully has not nodded off. Aro Gidigba, are you there? All right. Whoever is not fully asleep, so thank you, Emeka. You seem to have put them to sleep. So Emeka is the sleeping tablet now. I thought people got excited when Emeka spoke. Can anyone hear me, by the way?
Oh man, when is my turn?
Where did you look at right now is your turn. I just called you Zita.
Okay.
Yes. I was even joking that you fallen asleep. Let's just hear from you. We're speaking about the Dele Farotim still, which Emeka was saying is over-labored now, but he came out with some crying output that has taken over the social media space. And people are interrogating the budget and querying why the federal budget is being used to counterpart fund a Lagos State project, and they're asking them if that will be availed to other states. And then, of course, we have Atiku Abubakar calling for the arrest of Tinubu's son for reasons that he took. He inspected a guard of brigade of Boy Scout cadets or something or the other. So the usual Nigerian matter never ends. I'm not sure
Why
if
should you do that? Why should Tinubu's son do that?
No, it wasn't actually all he appeared to be. So when that video clip came out, it looks as though he came out of this luxury car and then he took a salute from a uniformed man, and then he went on to inspect a lineup, like like that sort of presidential welcome where people are. And then when it came out subsequently, they were not real soldiers. They were just some quasi cadets type young people just honoring him. But Atiku is not satisfied. He says it's still they are mimicking somewhat security forces. But it wasn't actually a full official military.
He shouldn't do that again.
Yes.
He shouldn't. He shouldn't do that. He shouldn't.
When we saw it, we all thought it was wrong.
Yeah, it was totally wrong. He shouldn't. And by the way, the man should let me shut up my mouth. Continue with the headlines.
We were also talking about Very Dark Man. I'm not sure if you have any thoughts in that space. So this is a guy that purports and portends to be the champion of the oppressed. He goes around canvassing for money in order to do good. That canvassing for money led to 180 million naira being packed into his NGO's account. And he came out suddenly after having bought a 200 million naira luxury car. So he then came out to tell us that his account has been hacked and the money stolen. So Nigerians not buying it. And it looks as though now he's giving back that money in drips and drabs, So we have that as well. I'm not quite sure if you're following that, but it's all over social media.
I don't even know who the heck he is anyway. But the thing, okay, continue. That's this third headline, right?
I wish I didn't know him, but I know him. It's one of those people that you do. And then we have the goings on in Mozambique. People inviting Tinubu to intercede. A lot of violence broken out off the back of elections won and lost. And Nigerians are entrapped in that space. And when it breaks out in a country, they always often instances target Nigerians. And then we have Mary and Mogalu, who is inviting them. It says Lagos that everybody's sweat and Lagos that is everybody's sweat and hard work built and helped develop. So she's now claiming that everybody has the right to enjoy Lagos, which is as a standalone is a correct statement. But as early as April this year, it was saying that people invest in Lagos at their peril. So is that sort of a sniffy sort of politics that she's playing there rankles with people somewhat. And then Rufai standing Tinubu accused of Yoruba-centric agenda and leaping to his defense, mockery, etc., etc. So just those or anything else that interests you.
I don't know how much time I have to speak on that Lagos. But let me start with the first one you mentioned. You mentioned Farotimi, right? I don't even know. I've not been watching his space. You are just telling me he cried. I don't know the reason why he cried. But the thing is that he's a private citizen. The man he's dealing with is a private citizen. So if two private citizens of Nigeria has an issue among themselves that has absolutely nothing to do with Nigerian politics or Nigerian government, and one of them decide to call the other a liar and say, you lied against me, I'm taking you to court. That's a normal thing. That's his fundamental human right anywhere in the world to do so. If you feel offended, the civil way to take it out is to go to court. So let the court be the judge. If they say, man, sir, you don't even have any reason to bring the case here, courts usually throw case through the window, some cases. So I don't know why we should be discussing the man in the first place. I'm struggling, wrapping my head around why that man's case is an issue. Honestly, sincerely speaking, it is not an issue. People do abuse me on your platform. If I take them to court, it's between me and them. It has nothing to do with your platform. That they did their jaganga in Nigeria has absolutely nothing to do with Nigerians. It's two private individuals in Nigeria. So they should go to court and sort themselves out. In fact, actually, from my understanding of the law, he still have the right to even sue Babalola too. So I don't know why, never mind. Let me not talk about it. The next one is the Sheyi's Tinubu's son. He should not, in fact, he's not the one. You see, we did not elect the family, okay? But the family can enjoy the dividend of the election, but they shouldn't be part of the office. Let me repeat myself again. Nigerians did not elect that family. They elected one man from that family called Tinubu. Yeah, the family can enjoy the dividend of what that man got, but they should not be part of that office. I beg them in the name of whatever they worship. Please, they should stay away. I end that one. Then the next one is Mozambique. The man in question the man don't run away. Sure, you know. The opposition. The opposition has left.
Is it not? It sounds like I don't follow Mozambican politics that much until it flashed up. But it sounded like the typical African situation where apparently that party had been winning elections since 1975. So I think the people want a change. That's what.
No. I will not buy that. No. You know, elections all over the world is what I follow very well. That's why I came to your platform and I told people elections all over the world are being rigged. It depends on how you rig your own. For you to unseat a party like that, you don't unseat them with a kid's glove. You don't do that. Because not only that they have root, they have what they call taproot for those who did biology and agriculture. They have roots, they have taproot, they have branch and they have branches. That young man that is running around the whole world now, making clips about himself, he's not prepared to unseat them. That's just the truth. So because you lost an election, you should not turn your country to rubble. I don't really get that. Retrieve is not surrender. Go back to the drawing table. Look at that places the people used to beat you. Expand your coast. Hit them with a sledgehammer. And you win. For one, I don't really like elections being reasons why countries go to rubble. I am not part of that. I don't like it. Yes, you can demonstrate. Yes, you can go angry. I no go agree. Yes, you can block wherever you want to block. But after the first 1 week, it should be over. You've shown your grievances. Go back to the drawing table and then plan and come back. Make a comeback. I don't understand that, but it is what it is. It's not an African thing. It happens all over the world. It's just that in some places, they won't let you turn it to rubble. If not for what America is, in 2020, that country would have been turned to rubble. Just because they want to sit woman. It would have been turned to rubble. So it's not an African thing. It's done all over the world. But if they want to burn down their country, that's their business. As long as it's not mine that is burning, I'm good with that. Okay. The next topic
what about the Nigerian court, though? Because I first came across that story with Nigerian shops. Anywhere that there's any Yawa in African countries, they look for the nearest Nigerian shop to burn down.
Let me tell you one thing you will understand about Africans and Nigeria. I hope everybody is listening to me, both people who are Nigerians and non-Nigerians. There are two feelings Africans have about Nigeria. Two feelings. If you meet those who really monitor what is going on, those who really monitor, investigate, study, and understand what is going on in Africa, if you have a conversation with them when they show anger about Nigeria, they will tell you one thing. They will tell you, actually, they are looking up to Nigeria to get it right, to help them. And when you say, why would you look up to another country to help you? Is that why you are angry with them? Then they will come. They have the most learned, the most traveled, the most blessed in the world. But they're not getting it right. That is number one, anger. Number two, anger they have about Nigerians is that we have this, I don't know how to I'm trying to find a civil word to use. Before some people will call me Nigerian hater. We have this, let me use the word swag about us. We know that we are the most populous nation. And some kind of Nigerians I do that anyway sometimes. When a Kenyan or a Ghanaian in my office tries to talk rubbish, I feel like booting him. I'm like, well, how many are you in your country? And how many, talking about 2 states in my country, you know, that kind of, we have this thing that we are there, they are not. And so when we present that attitude, it gets them very angry. And that a very little thing, they seize it as an opportunity to attack us. So that's just the reason. Believe it or not, that's the reason.
All right, Zita, let me bail out. It's quite early where I am, so let me bail out, hand over to Choma. The floor is still yours. Ayo, the super chatter, Kulata joined him. That's out there as well, Paddy. So we need 2 more super chatters to complete the 5. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Choma, please bring it home. Zita back.
Okay. Is Choma there?
Yes, I'm here, Madam Zita. Good evening.
Okay. So can I continue?
Yes, of course.
All right. So these are the, will I say, the reasons why at every little thing, you see them running to Nigerians. Most times Nigerians are hustlers. When they're going into a country, they're leaving Nigeria, they're very focused. I can assure you that. 80% of Nigerians that relocate, they are very focused. They hit the ground running when they get there. The indigenous or the indigenous of the town they are in, or the citizens of the country they are in, we watch them come with one traveling bag. Before they know it, they bought a house. What's the reason? Because they are focused. They are not leaving their country to come and look at the road. They've already planned their strategy before they leave. So that's by the way. The next topic is what? I can't even remember.
Oh yeah. The next topic, it was Dele Farotimi, right?
I've cleared that one. I don't want to be speaking on the guy. He has a problem with it. Just like you and I now. We have a problem. You carry me go court. Then everybody will be discussing it. How does that work now? It doesn't work now. There is two private citizens. They have an issue. Let them sort themselves out.
Yeah, there was a northerner that was making comments about, Tinubu administration.
Okay, that they were trying to use use money for Lagos project, right?
Yes, that one.
They're using federal government money.
Yes.
Yeah. Is it illegal?
I think so. It's illegal.
I don't think so. It's not. I don't think so. It's not. They can. It depends on the agreement between the federal government and the state. The federal government can help the state execute a project. They might have some shares in that project, or there might be a refund. So I don't see anything wrong in it. I don't see anything wrong in it. But I don't know whether it's illegal in Nigeria, but I don't see anything wrong in it at all. I don't see anything wrong in it. But if they said there is something wrong in it, they should call the whole Nigerians now so that the people will return the money. Have they given it to them already?
Yes, they have.
If it's illegal now, the Nigerians should take them to court.
Yeah, I think they're in the process of taking them to court. That's what he's speaking on. He was criticizing the government.
I don't think that thing is illegal. I don't think so. Because I remember there is one project there that we are trying to do. I'm trying to remember that project. I think it's the dredging of Uguta Lake. They called the federal government for help. I remember because it's in my town. So the day they were trying to when they are trying to assess it and everything, the government came, my parents, everybody was there. They were talking, they made comments, in their proposal. They said they will ask federal government for help, that the state government cannot fund it. I think I remember vividly then. That was a long time ago, but I don't know whether things have changed. I don't know. Maybe. Is Baba there? Is Baba still awake? Baba.
Yeah, Zita.
So I don't know whether it has changed, whether it's a crime now or it's unlawful for the federal government to help.
No, it's not unlawful. In this case, it's even an investment, just like the Dangote refinery investment. It's an investment they are making, and they will be gaining from the yield.
Okay. So the next topic is about what the woman said about Lagos. I've been wanting to speak on that issue. But anytime they bring up that issue about Lagos and the people living and working in Lagos that are non-Yorubas, it becomes a very the conversation will no longer be healthy. For some reasons, people will start running on their emotions, and then when they do that, the discussion will fall apart. I think before you understand what is going on in Lagos, you have to, first of all, understand Nigeria as a country. If you are able to understand Nigeria as a country and understand the position of all the border states in the country, then you will be able to look deeper into what is going on in Lagos. When you talk about Cross River State, you talk about River State, you talk about Sokoto, you talk about Maiduguri. Then you talk about some part of Benue. When you look at the map, you will see all the border states that border with another country in Nigeria. And then you go back to the history and begin to see how they started. And then when you look at all of them, you will see that it's Lagos that is still holding on among all of them. I don't know, Baba, I don't know if you know South very well. Like, when I mean South, I'm talking about Port Harcourt. Hello? Hello? Baba, have you slept?
Yes, I know South very well.
Who else is on this platform? Is it Emeka?
And Arogediba.
Baba
Yeah,
has slept?
I think so.
Okay. You know, Chichi, you know Port Harcourt very well.
Yes, very
Okay.
close to where.
Okay. If you have been able to monitor Port Harcourt history, you see that Port Harcourt
Yes.
in the 50s, before the Nigerian Biafran War, Port Harcourt was like Lagos. Ship bring goods. It was extremely busy. Go and ask. Oyibo, they ferret from there, they come with all manner of goods. But they couldn't host well. Do you know why? I don't want to talk about Sokoto State. I don't want to talk about Maiduguri and other border states. Let me shut up. Let me end it with Port Harcourt and Lagos. For those who are listening.
So you know that very dark black man, he found some of his money. So indeed it was stolen.
Let me finish. I will come to that. He should go to jail. He should go to jail. Let me finish. I don't even know who is donating all those money to him. To donate. I'm sure it's these Oyibo people. When they go and they open these their NGOs, they cry to them and make Chichi, if you see what I they see here, do you know that somebody is make I shut up my mouth, is claiming that he has an NGO in Africa? I've been telling them to take me to that person. If you see the kind of things the guys they sent to this guy, you know, say this place they sabi that something.
Of course.
If you see the kind things they give to the, when I say which NGO now, which Nigeria, which country in Africa, I want to be part of this NGO. So this is the kind of things this guy is doing. He's when they go and cry to them, they keep donating money. That's about 180,000 US dollars. That's what he's talking about, that somebody took from his account. Abi? He doesn't even know that if he's doing NGO and he's buying that kind of cars, he should be in jail. Because he should place himself on a salary.
But that's the thing. We don't know if he purchased it with his own money.
What is his job that he has that money?
Somebody bought it for him. Or it could also be somebody's car that he's posing with. You know? People like to pose with other people's stuff in Nigeria. You know how it goes, flexing. They like to flex. But it's really
you said somebody bought him.
I don't think that car belongs to him.
But so how did he get to him?
Auntie, anybody can use
the guy is a scammer. The guy is a scammer.
It's called flexing. It's for social media. People can, if you know someone has a nice, car, you can use your car to flex on social. Girls do it all the time in Nigeria. And that's why they say social media is not real.
You use another person's car.
Of course.
Go flex for social media.
Of course.
Then when the cousin of the person will get the car, see you.
Listen,
you people are funny. Children of nowadays, you people are very funny.
I think people can rent cars, right? Just like Nigeria people, they rent cars for wedding. It's just
the wedding own is different. But for you to be flaunting a car,
that car already that he flaunted can get him girls. He can pull a lot of girls just by the fact that he posted that on his social media account.
So okay. Let me get this. I'm kind of
old school, right?
Old school. Let me call it. I'm an antiquated auntie. You mean you have to do that to get a girl?
Yes, now of course. I mean,
you and the girl you got, two of you must really be two dumbass. I mean, you just go to social media, pose in one car, take a picture, and then girls will start frotting around you that you're rich. I don't get it, but anyway, people are young now, so.
But I honestly don't think that's his card. That happens a lot in Nigeria. People use other people's house, cars to pose, But the girls that drive those fancy cars, most of the girls, those cars belong to them because they got it from their sugar daddy, for a fact. But the guys, they can't really afford it unless they're doing something creepy. But yeah, I don't think that's very dark black man's car.
So what it does, why you go to social media to show off what you got is to tell the world you're rich. Oh, really?
It's to flex. It's not really just to flex,
It's flexing. Now you're flexing that look.
Auntie, this is dirty December.
Whoa.
This is dirty December.
Flexing.
You know what's raining?
Let me tell you one
dirty December. So many girls from abroad are in Nigeria. You understand? So he has to flex for the girls for dirty December.
Okay. Let me tell you something. There is one phrase in Igbo land. As you know, they used to say, I don't know how to put it. eze na amaro na ga-echi. You can only behave like that when you know in life you thought you could not make it. Those things are not for people who are extremely focused. I always tell people a story of Dangote. I don't know if you people listen to him or you've watched his documentary.
Yeah, but until now, everybody wants to be Dangote.
No. I'm just giving you an example.
Mm-hmm.
If you plan your life, you know you are going to. It's like saying a princess is showing off her crown. Such a thing doesn't happen. She cannot show off her crown because the crown is seated on her head. 24/7. So all those people are people who never believed they could make it. So when they make it, they want to tell the world they have made it.
That's true.
Because if you're a very focused person, you don't need to show anybody anything.
Yeah.
Because you even if you, the moment you make a step, you will even get angry that this is where you are. You are projecting another step again. You are projecting another. So you don't have time for such a thing. But anyway, well, maybe the young people these days, you people are very young and everything is at you people's beck and call. With your phone in your hand and TikTok, you can do any. Do you know that sometimes when I come back from work, like this Christmas now, do you know what I do?
What do you do?
My little nephews and nieces that are listening now, I peep through their DP. You won't believe what these people are doing.
Wow.
It's so funny. And I don't say a word though. I won't even ask them. I just let them be the child that they are. The only thing inside of me, I pray they will grow up one day, like grow. When I was their age, I would never do a thing like that.
I mean, of course, because you're in a different generation.
Yeah. But to them, it's like they ring bell for you people for a particular thing to ring for you people. Now that one go they ring. Then the bell will stop. They bring up another one. You go ring. They go stop the bell. They will say, I mean, you people do a lot of crazy stuff. Oh. Wow.
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
that's why your name is AI. You're trying to follow us, right?
Me follow you people. Hey, if I follow you people, I will die now.
Why is your name? Why is your name artificial intelligence?
Do you know that AI? Well, it's been my name for a long time. Those are my Igbo names. It's my initial.
Okay, I thought you're trying to trend.
No. That has been my initials. Even when artificial intelligence become what people speak of, because it has always been there anyway. AI has always been there from the time of the computer. So before it became what people, that's my initials. Good, I'm telling you today, good you asked. It's my initials.
Okay.
I means a different thing. It's supposed to be I.A. But my friend, my colleague has the same initial with me. So when my company was trying to cut our email, when you work in a company, they create an email. They will give you 3 different to choose. So she's from India. Her name is Z. It starts with Z too. So her initials is AI.
Okay.
So her own is dot. they added dot on her own. So my own, they removed the dot. It become one word. Instead of dot A at so, they now put it zeta AI at so. So they were like, what? Everybody was like, what? No, it's my initials. It came out because there was a lot of people who have that AI. They tried to remove it. Some of them were doing strong head. So they put my own as, because my own is in every of my information. So they removed the dot. It's supposed to be A dot I. So they remove it. It can't become AI. So it's a flex for waiting now. Let's know the big past something.
Yeah.
I'm too old to be doing such a thing.
They said that on the news, they said that Atiku called for the probe of Sheikh Tinubu.
Yeah, they should stop that nonsense.
Why?
You should stop it. We didn't vote for his family. Tinubu should call his children to order. They are bona fide citizens of Nigeria, and they have the right to contest for any political position in Nigeria. Okay, if they screen them, they qualify. They go in, hit the ground running. They win. But they should not be doing such conflict of interest. No. Before he will turn to Hunter Biden, right?
Yeah, Hunter Biden, yes.
You shouldn't try it too. That's conflict of it. He shouldn't be meddling. In fact, he should be hiding. His father has businesses. He should face his father's business and leave Asorok alone. Trump's children are faced with the fact. If Trump's children try what Joe Biden's son tried, United States press will kill them with. In fact, they will put their naked picture on the screen for 3 hours. So, I mean, it is what it is. The guy should stay out of. Why would he do that, self? And who the heck he is? Black man, self. I tire for now. Honestly, sincerely speaking, waiting. So okay, all the money when Papa get, all the affluence where they get. In fact, now the whole Nigeria don't know him. Say now, a president's son. So why would he want to show off?
Well, it's because he's young and he has his own ambition.
That is the more reason why he should. Anyway, I don't know. You people are Gen Z. That is the main reason why he should use this opportunity to elevate himself as high as he could on earth. Instead of all this nonsense. That's why I give, every time people talk, even when I was a Democrat, the one thing I respect Trump for. How many wives did he marry?
I think 3.
Children from these wives, he brought them together.
And they're all responsible.
No ridiculous story. Because if there is any, what they would have done to them, the whole world will cry on their behalf. He brought them together responsibly. Put them, everybody in that business. They are using their father's position to elevate themselves in their businesses as high as they can. Not to be observing, what do they call it? What did he do? Observing, they should arrest him all. He should not try that thing again. Honestly, sincerely speaking, he shouldn't try it. I didn't watch the video, but he shouldn't try it again. He should not dare it. By the way, who are those people standing for him to inspect them? From where now? Hey, oh Jehovah Jireh, my dear, I tire for them all.
So, is there anything else you would like to talk about on the news, or
Nothing much? Oh, I don't have anything to discuss. Because what people want you to discuss is follow them. What's that man?
Dele Farotimi, right?
Farotimi. Nigeria is like them, hate them. One thing is sure: Nigeria is the most learned black nation on earth. Like them more, hate them more. Outside of Nigeria, Nigerians are the only African country, or will I say black nation, that their citizens are placed highly in high positions around the world. In their numbers, I'm not kidding. Again, they're kind of very smart. Nigerians are very intelligent too. Jay, when I was in school, we dey hammer them. Chichi, we dey do them boost, bass. When the results come out like this, when you look at your result, you will smile. Nigerians are very intelligent. It's just that they've not been able to get themselves together in governance.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. They've not been able to get themselves in governance. It's really, I don't know why they cannot. If they get that right, if they don't get one, most of us will not, we go home. I'm telling you. It's the governance. But the one that I'm afraid of is the insecurity. That insecurity, they fear me. They killed one reverend father in Anambra.
Oh, wow. Wow. Unbelievable. That's a shame. This December. That's a shame. A man of God. Oh, Madam Zita. Hello?
Yeah, I said they've been doing that to reverend fathers. I don't know why they do that.
Oh, okay. So,
Maybe we have to shut down.
Yes. So
See you guys
I
tomorrow
don't know.
because I'm not
was
doing anything. Holiday, Christmas here is something else.
Mm-hmm. Where are you in Europe?
Yeah, I'm in Europe.
Okay. That's why you're very proud of those people.
Which
Those
people?
people. Remember a few nights ago, and we were, I think someone asked you which if you were to come back in your next life. Even that comment is bothering some people, right? It's not bothering me because I understand where you're coming from. Everybody wants to, be part of the best.
No,
right?
but if you know me, you will know that I say things the way. See, it was Kulata that was asking me that question. If there come a word, say Zita, where do you want to come from?
Yeah.
I will come from a country that the citizens are so proud of their country. And that country is the United States.
Yeah.
But now they have put in a lot of liberals and they started telling Americans that their country is wicked, is Satan. They forget that every other country carries slaves. It's only Americans that kept their own. The rest wiped out all their, they don't want to see them in their land any longer after using them. But it's only America that said, well, if you want to, we are done. You want to stay, stay. You want to go, you go. And the ones that left settled in the Caribbeans, all those Haitians and Google them. They are the ones that left. Martins and blah, blah, blah. They are the ones that left.
It's just that you are very proud to be Nigerian, you know.
Oh, wait, I'm a nationalist.
Okay.
I'm a nationalist.
Even
but if you
Rasta.
ask me, no, I cannot demean Nigeria. Never. Let me tell you why.
Okay, can you condemn if there's...
I cannot demean, like, I can condemn policies. Like now, you see what he did? I just say he shouldn't try it again. In fact, I've even called for his arrest too. You should go and explain why he should inspect guard of honor. Yes. Whatever that action he did, he should be explaining it to the police. And those who stood for him to be inspected, for them to be inspected, should be answering some questions too. If not be fired. He shouldn't try that. That is how I condemn things that happen in my country. Okay? I cannot demean Nigeria. I have so many reasons why I will not do that. Number one reason is that whatever I am today, I was trained in Nigeria. And I came out, I wasn't that bad. I wasn't that bad. The first pencil I held in life to write, it was a Nigerian teacher that helped me, guided me. Oh yeah, do the C like this. As a little people in a class.
So what if you ended up being in an unfortunate situation in Nigeria? Like,
it's an unfortunate situation. Everybody can be in an unfortunate situation anywhere you are in the world, and the citizens of countries can be in a fortunate situation in their country too. So
if your
language shouldn't make me demeaning my country.
Even if
I can demean the situation, but not my country. They're two different things.
So you don't think frustration, and not being able to afford a bag of rice and would...
There are some countries that is even worse than Nigeria, if that is where you're going to. But let me say this, so that you will not see me as a very insensitive person. From the day humans were born, not all of them can afford certain things at a particular time in their life.
That's true.
That's just the fact of life. Those who were able to afford a bag of rice in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, probably today they are not able. That's life. Those who couldn't afford a bag of rice 5 years ago, you might be surprised that sharing rice to their villagers today. So that is life. So you cannot say because some particular group of people in your country could not afford a staple food, you demean your country. But from the inception of that country, there has always been a time some people cannot afford a living. I remember there was a time, I have to say this, I lost a friend, a very close friend of mine. She died in a car crash with her elder brother. Okay? So it was her wedding period. So they were running around sharing car. They had a car crash in Warri. Warri, I think Warri Sapele Road. The brother died on the spot because he was on the steering. My friend was rushed to the hospital. By the time we got there, after some hours, she died. Now, she had a brother in the UK then when that accident happened. Then their mom and the brother that died had a pregnant wife because he just got married. The one that is in the UK came for that 2 people burial and then left. One fateful Christmas like this, I drove to go and see them. The girl in question had that baby boy. I gave them some money then. Then one fateful Christmas, I drove to Warri to see them. That was in the year 2011 when Jonathan won this his second election, whatever. December that year, me and Cynthia, we drove to Warri. Actually, we went to Bayelsa. So I told her that we would go to Warri to see this family. When we got there, on the 24th of December, Chichi, they were cooking Titus. Titus with Gary. That was what they were eating. Titus. I asked them what happened. They said they didn't have money. I said, why didn't you people tell me now? They would have called me. They said they've disturbed me enough. Cynthia looked at me. I looked at Cynthia. Cynthia told my friend's brother's wife to enter the car. We took her to the market, bought some things, then came back, gave the mother money and gave the girl money, and then we left and gave the son money because he was a baby boy. Today, as I speak to you now, that woman refused to remarry you. She has built, the boy in the UK refused to come back to take care of her mother, let alone her brother's, his late brother's wife. Today, that woman has a mansion in Warri, living with her mother-in-law. The boy is in secondary school now. So, when people present stories, they present it as if, I don't know why they do it the way they do, but that's okay. It's okay. Chichi, during the time of Jonathan, Buhari, Obasanjo, there are some Nigerians who could not afford a square meal a day. Most, not just some, most too, we are okay. So let's not do this thing. Listen, let me tell you, Chichi, are you there? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Let me tell you this. The situation Nigeria found themselves as at 2023, nobody would have become the president that it will be better.
Are you sure?
Yes, nobody. It's because you guys don't follow the trend. If you follow the trend, you will see that we have reached the stage to turn the water. The water, it has to be rolled. Then when it stops, we see where it's going to stop. Whether it's going to stop for the better or it's going to stop for the worse. That water must be turned. That's the situation Nigeria is. So nobody would have been, the person will not do any magic. Because if you listen to economics commentators, they will always tell you that all Tinubu's economic policies are intact. By the way, he's an accountant, so why wouldn't he? His economics policies are good, but what is going on? Because Nigeria is at the point of rumbling, and that rumbling must take place. Then after the rumbling, we know whether we are better or we are going to collapse. So it's not on anybody. But what do I know? Before they start abusing me.
Yeah, it's not on anybody, but he's not doing anything to help the situation.
No,
This
no, he's doing
administration,
a lot of things. So
they're
look at it.
spending. He's supposed to cut down on, the senator's salary, and really try to reform. He's not reforming anything.
He's doing a lot of things.
You mean Tinubu?
Yeah, he's doing a lot of things. Now me go tell you, he's doing a lot of things.
Because
that's why I will always tell somebody.
The exchange rate is still high. I don't see it coming down anytime soon.
You see that exchange rate? Exchange rate is it should be.
And even Ekene was saying last night that at least he should make it stable, because the problem
he shouldn't try it. You shouldn't try it.
No, because it fluctuates and it's hard for people like Ekene to do business.
No, see, Chichi, I don't know how to explain this thing to you. Every currency has power in its kingdom. That's the easiest way to explain it to anybody. Every currency has power in its kingdom. There is no way a small tin tomato imported into Nigeria, a small tomato paste imported into Nigeria, there is absolutely no way it will cost 3,000 naira. It's imported though. It can't. But that same particular tin tomato paste, from where it's coming from, is $2. So let me repeat myself again. Every currency has power in its kingdom. You see this currency exchange, high. They're just doing it to cause trouble. And I will keep saying it. It has nothing to do with them, but it has a lot to do with the government. But if Nigerians keep pairing dollar and naira, that's their business. They will suffer for it. I have given people countless examples. I keep telling them economies don't work like that. It doesn't work like that way. Every currency has power in its kingdom. A bunch of spinach in Nigeria, worst come to the worst, small head is 500 naira. Can you get a bunch of spinach in the United States for a quarter? Chichi, I'm asking you, can you?
No, I mean, the inflation is high everywhere.
No, apart from that, even if you import that same spinach into Nigeria, there is absolutely no way you will sell it for 1,700, which is $1. You can't still. So when they lie, market people do those their lies and cause those their chaos, I am not there. It's still them that will carry the shit, but economists don't work that way. The dollar rate as it is now in the country is floating. It should be heavy on the government, not on the individuals. But if they want it to be their case, I let it be. Do you know a lotion called, do you use a lotion called La Bella Glow? Hmm? Why are you laughing? I'm trying to give you an example.
Okay, you asked me if I use a lotion that is called.
No, I'm just asking whether you know it. That's actually what I want to know.
Oh no,
Labella Glow.
I don't
It's made in New York. Their company is in New York. It's a high profile lotion.
Okay.
It goes for a bottle for $120.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to Nigeria and see it in Nigeria, it goes for 55,000 naira. Mm-hmm. Because I was asking my sister-in-law, I said, are you people trying to tell me that bottle lotion is not 300,000? He said, no, nah, auntie. So you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Are you getting the picture now? So when they come and try to cause chaos in the economy, dollar is 170. Where will I get the money? I exchange my dollar. I mean, business doesn't work that way. Business doesn't work that way. You order that lotion, you can put the name. You order it from Labella Glow company in New York. It's a popular cream for people who want to, what do you call it again? Flares. Mm-hmm. It's a diamond is 120. What's the other one? Violet is 120. The soap is $75. So are you telling me now $75 as that's 1,700 per dollar? How much is it? Are you telling me that a tablet of soap we sell for that in Nigeria? Obviously no. It is well. My sister, see you now tomorrow. Now, bye-bye.
Thank you so much for chatting with me. I enjoyed the conversation and your perspective on the topics. Ekene, are you there?
Oh,
Are you sleeping?
I just woke up.
Do you have anything you one man say he's gonna start charging you for sleeping on his show.
She's there here.
No, I think you're the last person on the panel. So do you have anything to say before I close?
No, close now. I'm gonna go sleep.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
Have a good
Thank
night.
you. Yeah, thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you guys for joining us for today's One Man Went to Mo show. We'll be coming online again tomorrow. So make sure you hit the like button and share to your friends and family. And hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow. Good night and good morning. Ta ta.